Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I am your host, David Sponheim, for Freedom Friday. We've got my new tie that I purchased at James Madison's home. Has all the presidents on there, including Obama, who I really don't want to have on my tie, because I don't think he was a legitimate president. I'm one of the many people, 38% of the country, that still believe that Barack Obama was born in Kenya. And I'm definitely the birther candidate. Trump wasn't. That's why Trump didn't carry the ball and prosecute Barack Obama for fraud. In fact, Trump hasn't done anything to prosecute Hillary Clinton or Elizabeth Warren for claiming she's a Cherokee Indian, or anyone who's committing illegal acts. Donald Trump has been pretty much hands off for 3 years. So if you're a Trump supporter and now know that Trump is probably going to end up resigning soon and giving the torch over to either Mike Pence or Nancy Pelosi, welcome. Now, I did see a glimmer of hope for our country when Mike Pence made a bold statement about how Nike and NBA are catering or kowtowing to China, mainland China, over this Hong Kong issue. And I don't think I've ever been more impressed with Mike Pence than his speech that he made. I really was quite shocked. Yeah, that was a phenomenal speech that he made. I think I should play that for you. I mean, Mike Pence is probably going to be our president soon, so it makes sense that I'd want to at least show you what he's saying. Problem is I don't have it here. Yeah. I watched it this morning. I don't have it queued up right now. Let me see if I can pull it up my memory. Memories stretched across. Hey, we got stories here to look at. And I just introduced the economic brake pad, a pay-as-we-go plan. No other candidate has this. This is a way we can shut our government down at any given time just to save money. And it won't affect the operations of our nation's government. We found out from Trump's inability to meet the required deadline on the budget and expansion of the budget that when our country shuts down, just a few people suffer. The ones that really suffered were the Coast Guard and the TSA. They didn't get paid, so they got a paid vacation, basically. But the economic brake pad would give our government the ability to actually put them on a work furlough, basically an unpaid vacation. Whenever we can't meet the deadline of a certain payout, we just put them on a non-paid vacation. The Coast Guard could be part of the National Guard, could be assimilated, and the financing for their paychecks could come out of their funds. We could then use the Coast Guard as replacements for the TSA. And that's the big hang-up that we've had during our shutdown. So we probably could, stop paying a lot of government employees that don't do a damn thing anyway, sitting on their hands all day. So we have a way in which we can cut back on our expenses. Now, just when we thought that Maria Butina was actually going to serve an 18-month sentence, guess what? She's out. The lady that facilitated all that Russian money for Donald Trump, and the NRA got some of it, and the NRA's never made a comment about it. She's out. She's free. Well, actually, she's in a detention center waiting for deportation, but she's no longer serving her 18 months. They gave her time spent in jail as part of the term sentence. So she's probably not going to be able to go back into America and schmooze Republicans to give him more money for Donald Trump. So that's one good thing. But we never did get to the bottom of how much money she really did facilitate for Donald Trump. We know that Donald Trump got $30 million from the NRA, who, by the way, are short $30 million now and are thinking of declaring bankruptcy. In lieu of all this, they'd never made a statement. So she's getting out and going to have a fun time. Yeah, Trump's impeachment status, his defense strategy has its limits. This was a big story that was coming out today. And it turns out Donald Trump has not assembled a case. Basically, he had no witnesses to present. Everybody who stood up in front of the investigation, the impeachment investigation, were all witnesses declaring that Trump did a quid pro quo, basically. And Trump doesn't have anybody to defend himself, but he has a lot of GOP people sitting there getting real pissed off that they can't get part of the meeting, which is completely legal. Half of them were already in the meeting and could ask questions. The other half wanted to be in the meeting and they couldn't be It's like he's got a bunch of rah-rah supporters like Sean Hannity out there, government officials that look and act like Sean Hannity that are just like, we want to get involved in the impeachment process. No, dude, you people have been too involved. Go ahead and build a case against Hillary Clinton. Go ahead and process all the arguments against Strzok and Andrew McCabe and James Comey, and get your stool pigeon William Barr to do all your judicial attacks on any Democrat that actually raised a red flag and saw that the Russians were controlling Donald Trump. But the fact of the matter is, Russia did control our election, and you people have no grounds whatsoever to accuse anybody of falsely looking into a breach of national security. And to say that that's some sort of a criminal act to look into a breach of national security is utterly absurd. So the Republicans are going to have to eat their, whatever they are. We're building a wall in Colorado. So Trump said we're building a wall in Colorado. Yeah, unbelievable things are coming out of the Trump administration. The reason why I kept this article is it really clarifies what's happening. Trump is confronting the limits of his main impeachment defense. As the probe hits the 1-month mark, Trump and his aides have largely ignored the details of the Ukraine allegations against him. Instead, they're loudly objecting to the House Democrats' investigation process, using that as justification for ordering administration officials not to cooperate and complaining about what they deem prejudicial, even unconstitutional secrecy. But as the nearly daily drip of derogatory evidence emerges from a closed-door testimony on Capitol Hill, the White House assertion that the proceedings are unfair is proving to be a less than compelling counter to the mounting threat to Trump's presidency. Some senior officials have complied with congressional subpoenas to assist House Democratic investigators defying White House orders. And then Trump says we're building a wall in Colorado. Ask about a criticism that the White House lacks a coordinated pushback effort and could do a better job delivering its message. Spokeswoman Stephanie Grisham said it's hard to message anything that's going on behind closed doors and in secret. And it's like you're fighting a ghost. You're fighting against the air. So we're doing the best we can, said Fox News Channel. It was a rare public admission from the White House that despite the Republican president's bravado, real risks remain. And White House officials have been treating unified Republican support for Trump as a given and have grown increasingly fearful of GOP defections in the House impeachment vote and potential Senate trial. Trump has been upset with his own aides, attacking Mike Mulvaney and others looking to replace him now. And while Trump's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, is added to the smokescreen, much as he did during the Russian probe, the former New York City mayor has dramatically scaled back his media appearances since several of his associates were arrested in connection with Ukraine. Complaining privately and publicly that Democrats stick together better than the GOP, Trump has leaned on Republican congressional allies to do more, according to White House officials and Republicans close to the White West Wing. They spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to publicly discuss private conversations. Yeah, at first Trump was angry his surrogates failed to defend him effectively. Kevin McCarthy stumbled through the 60 Minutes interview. Anyway, really good article. It's written fairly objectively. It's not totally against Trump. If you want to read that article like I did today, feel free. I don't want to belabor your views. Yeah, so like I said all along, folks, Trump has been facing impeachment with little or no preparation. Thinking that he was just going to somehow object to it and commit obstruction of justice throughout the process and constantly claim he's innocent and it's all a Russian hoax, it's all a Russian lie, it's all fake news. And that hasn't really gained any ground for him. He's still floating in that stop bothering me mode. So I'm predicting that Trump will probably have to resign within the year, at least before the election. And I'm predicting that Pence will be our president. Now, I'm basing that on deductive reasoning and also a premonition I've had for a long time that Pence will be our president. So I'm going with my hunch and my intuition that Pence is going to be our president. So when Pence spoke out about China, he made some pretty powerful statements, and I'm going to play that for you right now. Watch this.
And far too many American multinational corporations have kowtowed to the lure of China's money and markets by muzzling not only criticism of the Chinese Communist Party, but even affirmative expressions of American values. Nike promotes itself as a so-called social justice champion. But when it comes to Hong Kong, it prefers checking its social conscience at the door. Nike stores in China actually removed their Houston Rockets merchandise from their shelves to join the Chinese government in protest against the Rockets general manager's 7-word tweet, which read, "Fight for freedom, stand with Hong Kong." And some of the NBA's biggest players and owners who routinely exercise their freedom to criticize this country lose their voices when it comes to the freedom and rights of the people of China. In siding with the Chinese Communist Party and silencing free speech, the NBA is acting like a wholly owned subsidiary of that authoritarian regime. A progressive corporate culture that willfully ignores the abuse of human rights is not progressive, it is repressive. When American corporations, professional sports, pro athletes embrace censorship, it's not just wrong, it's un-American. American corporations should stand up for American values here at home and around the world.
Wasn't that impressive? Yeah. Wasn't that impressive? He really is being very forthright about our position in favor of the Hong Kong protests, because Hong Kong has self-rule till 2047. And if Xi Jinping does not back down on this pipe dream that he's going to take over Hong Kong with troops, if he doesn't back down on this pipe dream, he may face opposition from the likes of Mike Pence if he's president. So be prepared for whatever that could be. Now, admittedly, I'd be a lot more diplomatic about my approach than Pence's. He's really going at it directly, and the Chinese government's reacting very negatively. I don't really completely approve of this bold move by Pence, but at the same time, he got me noticing, and he got me looking at him as a potential president. Yep. Now, I don't support LGBTQ, but I'm not against it like the Republicans are. I'm in the middle on that issue. But I want everyone to know that I'm not in favor of discrimination at the government level of anybody and any gender. So bring back the transgenders to the military as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. We heard that Giuliani was actually phone dialing or butt dialing somebody, and how he talked about his defecant. Yes. Do you have copies of that so we could listen to Giuliani talk about his defecant?
We believe the lorry is from Bulgaria.
The UK have found 2 other suspects in the killing of 39 people in Essex lorry. Here's the policewoman in charge.
And came into the UK through Holyhead on the 19th of October. Emergency services attended, but sadly all 39 people inside the container had died. Early indications suggest that one of these people was a teenager. The rest are believed to be adults.
Tragic story in Essex, England. Human trafficking results sometimes in people not having enough oxygen when they're trapped in closed containers, and they probably all ran out of air. Yeah, I don't support anyone who claims that I'm an LGBTQ person, so I'm not sure where you're going with that, Von Helton. Sarah and I differ on LGBTQ. She's more favorable to it. I'm not endorsing it, but I'm not in any way trying to discriminate against people who are choosing to be different. Well, I can tell you that I'm not too concerned about Pence taking over for Trump. I really am not. We may have to go down that road where he's going to try to overturn Roe v. Wade. He's already said he's going to try to do it. Regardless, it would be less of a hassle to listen to somebody talk like Pence talks than would be listening to Donald Trump rant and rave and blame everybody and claim this is a lynching. I mean, he just pisses everybody off. Mike Pence probably is going to end up taking the reins unless they can find some dirt on him. That Pelosi can do the due diligence in finding out what is going on between Mike Pence and the Indiana government and why he's suspended all of his emails and he won't even show them to anybody. If we could find out the details about allegations of Mike Pence with child trafficking, then we'd have something to work on. But Pelosi's never asked to see Mike Pence's emails. And Pelosi is the third in line, too, so she'd have to pass the torch to somebody else, probably, because it looks like she'd have a hidden motive to get dirt on Pence anyway. I'm not that wigged out about having Pence as president. I don't know how many Republicans in this show are upset about it. Just start dealing with the reality that Donald Trump has painted himself into a corner, and you people continually support a guy who lies through his teeth. And you just can't accept that. Now, whether Pence is a liar, that remains to be seen. But you can't accept the fact that Donald Trump has been lying when he said that he has no Russian business. When Donald Trump was asked if he was doing business with Russia, he said, "Oh, no, absolutely not." At the same time, Michael Cohen was making a phone call to Vladimir Putin offering him a $50 million penthouse in a supposed Moscow Trump Tower. Don't even go there, Black Kitty. Anybody making ridiculous statements about me are just talking off the top of their head. BBC trailers.
Without risk.
You know, I'm not really that interested in the UK, so could you kind of like take a break on all the supposed dumping of links that you're doing in the room? Dave, the USS Reagan is going medium hot. Explosive dispatch from the USS Ronald Reagan in the South China as tensions are rising with that Pence speech. Yep, there you go. So we are now activating our most important USS carrier, the USS Ronald Reagan. Here we go.
We've been given rear access to the USS Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, they're activating, so tensions are rising, things are happening in the South China Sea. If the United States has to do a ground assault on Hong Kong in order to defend the people of Hong Kong, would Pence do that? That's the question. Would Pence set an aircraft carrier out there in the waters outside of Hong Kong and begin the process of defending the people, the 7.85 million people that are worried about being attacked by Beijing now that they're violating the agreement of self-rule for Hong Kong? I don't know if Pence is the man to do that. I can't say whether I would do it or not, but I can tell you that that would be a bold strategy to park a carrier off the coast. Remember, this is the same area near the island that they created. The Chinese created an island off the coast of Philippines in the waters out here, a man-made island, and they said that they would never put a nuclear bomber on it. They immediately put a nuclear bomber on it. So we could bring an aircraft carrier in and even land troops in Llama Island right there, which is a large island. We could actually begin a ground assault on Hong Kong if that's what they're looking at. Do they really want to press the button on international war? Are they really willing to go to war over their need to take over the people of Hong Kong 40 years ahead of time? Or 2047 is the time that they're slated to take over Hong Kong, when Hong Kong will no longer have self-rule. They claim Hong Kong is part of their territory, then they should respect the will of the Hong Kong people. Are they ready for a ground assault? Well, it would be pretty stupid for America to invest troops in Hong Kong, and pretty stupid for us to try to take on an army the size of China's. It would be foolish. I'm not in favor of that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to attack Hong Kong. I don't want to do a ground approach but that dialogue that Pence put out is the next step is bringing our aircraft carrier in, and so he's pretty serious about this. He doesn't seem to have a light approach toward this. This is not a diplomatic guy. This is a cut and dry guy. Pence is not going to cave in. So we have a real issue. If we get Pence as our president, will he push for a ground assault on Hong Kong? Will he endanger our troops fighting for the 7 million people that are there? Or is there a different approach? Could we tie our trade talks that are coming up with Hong Kong or with mainland China? Could we tie those trade talks to some level of assurance that the Chinese people living in Hong Kong won't be tried in Beijing? That's all they care about. If Xi Jinping would compromise in that area, he wouldn't have protests going on there. Okay, Nancy Pelosi said today's ruling in the U.S. District Court of District of Columbia strikes another blow to President Trump's attempt to put himself above the law and challenges the Trump administration's unprecedented blanket defiance of Congress's oversight. Okay. It does seem like it creates links or some sort. I don't know, your bot creates links that are going nowhere. But yeah, today's ruling is here. Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House, making it very clear that, yeah, this is the statement she made. That's not Nancy Pelosi. Oh, that's the Democratic Weekly Address. We don't need to go there. All right. Yeah, so they're making progress. There's so much water under the bridge of corruption that Donald Trump has been involved in that it's like a complete slam dunk here. This impeachment's going to go very quickly. We're talking about maybe the impeachment hearing will probably be held by the beginning of November, I would think. They're having hearings right now, but they're probably going to take a vote probably mid-November. I'm pretty sure that Pence is going to become our president, so go with me on that. Just kind of roll with it. I'm not in any way encouraging all you people to freak out if Pence does become our president, just so you know. I'm not happy with it because, as you know, I'm a social liberal and I don't like his extremely conservative social values. But as a defender of our great nation, he certainly speaks well and speaks highly of our terms toward China. Whether that's going to make any progress, I don't think so, because he's not diplomatic in his approach. And China does not react well to a threatening posture. So we're hoping that we can work the details out of some sort of a plan for Hong Kong. And I think if Xi Jinping did that as opposed to introduce troops to the region, he won't be facing a contradicting opinion from our president, whoever that is. I would never send troops to Lamma Island and begin a ground assault on Hong Kong. It just doesn't make sense. But that's the kind of the rhetoric that's kind of upsetting China. Like, where does Pence think he can get off saying these things? Well, that's what makes him Pence. No, what I heard from Pence was a very serious guy. I don't think he's backing down at all. We got some bad news about the economy. The bad news is the deficit is 26% higher than it was last year. A $984 billion over budget, highest in 7 years. But Obama overspent probably 2 to 1 what George W. Bush spent, whereas a 26% increase over last year isn't that big of a deal. Relative to Obama, remember Obama wasted tons of money and he set up Obamacare. So what does Warren and others want to put together Medicare for all, which is going to cost another $60 trillion, estimates say, when we already have Medicaid for all? And doctors already have Teslas. They don't need any more money. But oh yeah, Nancy Pelosi and the Democrats want to continue giving more money to healthcare. So you have a strong reason to build this third party with me so we'll get fiscal conservancy in this country. Or you can continue voting for Republicans and watch them start wars with China. Yeah, good luck with that. I'll be a lot nicer to China than Pence is being, but I won't in any way back down from a policy of non-compliance that the people of Hong Kong have protested. They don't want to comply with China's rules of being tried in Beijing. So I think we could do everything we can to endorse the positions of the protesters without actually threatening China. All right. No new taxes. No quid pro quo. 1,000 points of light. Hey, we're not doing quizzes anymore in the show. Sarah may do it, but I don't want to do a quiz because I'm really kind of putting everything on kind of hold as we wait for Alex Trebek's final, what's going to happen with Alex Trebek. He's back in treatment for pancreatic cancer. He may leave the show over his cancer diagnosis, so it's coming forth. He won't even fulfill his contract like he wanted to. The Jeopardy host, Alex Trebek, is in jeopardy. Yeah, here is the story. He may leave the show over the cancer battle. The chemotherapy treatment is causing sores in his mouth that are making it difficult for him to enunciate his speech. Oh, that poor guy. Yeah, there will come a point when the fans and producers, will no longer be able to say it's okay. Okay. And he also shared that he's not afraid of dying. Well, that's a very brave thing for him to say, and I appreciate him. And we all appreciate Alex Trebek. He should be on a marijuana supplement and a CBD oil immediately. Yeah. And Alex, if you're listening, try to get high. Yeah. It won't hurt you. It's medicinal. It'll help you with dealing with your reality. We've got a lot of concern over the Democrats in our state that are just charging massive amounts of money for registration on cars. And Tim Eyman is a guy who's openly made his life goal to actually put together legislation to get $30 car tabs. And King 5 has a story.
No matter your political belief, age, or income level, everyone uses roads and vehicles to get around. Gas taxes and fees from renewing car tabs pay for highways and public transportation. Some think that reliance on the sticker fees has gone too far. Voters now have a chance to fight back against the sticker shock. Initiative 976 would drastically reduce how much is collected when you renew your tabs. Additional fees in the motor vehicle excise tax would be repealed.
Now, what's amazing is, this is what's interesting, is Tim Eyman actually got the fees locked down at $45. And then the Democrats just came up with new ways of taxing, and they're like 6 or 7 different taxes now on our reg cards. And the newest one, get this, people that have hybrids have to pay another $75 a year. So the Democrats don't want you to drive a hybrid. They want you to be billed for having a hybrid, because they're not making enough money on the fuel taxes from hybrids, apparently, so they just want to bilk you. Instead of cutting money and expenses, the Democrats have proven to be the most wasteful group in history and continue to rip people off. So I'm going to sign up on that law. I'm going to vote for Tim Eyman's law. Sarah and I are both voting for it. We are. And I'm glad he's doing it. Tim Eyman makes his money doing this. And it takes a guy who's earning like $60,000 a year off of the backs of other people that donate to him to go after a bunch of creeps in our local state legislature that just keep jacking up the price of everything and giving all their cronies money and contracts. So it almost takes a guy who's like trying to sneak money on the side from his operation, Tim Eyman, to go after people that are trying to sneak money from their operation. So it takes one to know one, I guess. But he is legitimately getting money from donors, and he takes a portion of that money that they give for his salary. He's made a living doing it. I never thought a guy could be so successful doing one thing, but he does it well. And he has these people signing up, and they get on the ballot every time, and thank goodness we've got them. Because these Democrats are really wasting money in my state. My taxes have doubled in 2 years. My property taxes have doubled. That's crazy. And it's happening across the country in other states like New York, California, Illinois. I mean, the property taxes are huge in Illinois. You could have a little brownstone house, 1,000 square feet, barely fit into the front door, and you could be paying $9,000 a year in Illinois for your property taxes. Seriously. Living in like a tenement, you're paying $9,000 a year to the man. And they waste it. The Republicans are acting like a bunch of, I guess, pumped up football guys on testosterone, barging into a closed door session where some of them were allowed to be in there, acting like more people wanted to be in there. They're acting immature. And this is the same way the same way the Republicans acted when they barged in on the Dade County counting of the hanging Chad back in Al Gore and George W. Bush's time. The Republicans virtually knocked down the entire vote, shut it down, and it went to court, and the court said, well, we just better give the race to George W. Bush. So this tactic works for them. They won an entire race, and he got 2 terms, and Al Gore went packing simply by using this storming technique that they use. Well, it may not work here because what is going on is a very slow, methodical process the Democrats have put in place, which will eventually just steamroll right over Donald Trump's administration. There's nothing they can do. Even senators are beginning to wonder if Trump is the right guy to support here. His behavior has destabilized our nation's trust around the world. Our trade policies are haywire because of Donald Trump. I'm not so sure Pence is any better toward China, though. He seems to be really antagonistic toward China, not willing to compromise. So, I don't know. But Pence won't be anything like Trump. He'll be a lot more level-headed, I'm pretty sure. So I'm not threatening to attack Hong Kong, just so you know. All right. But these women and men have openly testified now in front of Congress, and they are the solid evidence that Donald Trump committed quid pro quo. Every one of these have signed on to some extent, confirming various things that are opposite to what Trump and Giuliani is saying.
Each one has corroborated one or more of the allegations in the whistleblower complaint that started it all. And none, not one, has exonerated the president on any count, a reality apparently not lost on this White House. New York Times reports today, quote, privately, White House officials concede they're losing the messaging battle with Democrats. And Axios is reporting that despite the insistence by White House officials that they have no need for a war room in their fight against impeachment, a de facto war room has been established after all. Quote, for the past several weeks, senior Trump White House officials have held a near daily meeting focused on messaging, not the legal side of the impeachment fight, per 3 sources familiar with the situation.
So he's working on the messaging, and without even preparing for a legal battle, Donald Trump is sitting like a sitting duck in this entire effort. They're going to be lining up the ducks and knocking them down one after another, the Democrats are, because they've got all these people in their court. But not one of those people was cross-examined. That's because this is the discovery case. The House is only gathering information to make an assessment. When the House votes, that assessment will be final, and it'll be passed to the judicial stage of this process in which the Senate decides the fate of Donald Trump. Supreme Court has no bearing in this matter. They're not deciding anything regarding impeachment, yet Trump said, oh, I'm going to sue you in court. No, impeachment is final. He won't get the opportunity to go to the Supreme Court and overturn it. So that's the way our country is structured. That's how it's handled. You Republicans are insistent upon getting a word in. You'll get your word in, and you'll get to cross-examine all the witnesses at the Senate hearing. And you own the Senate. The Republicans pretty much are in charge of the Senate. So if it breaks down at all and Trump doesn't get the support of the senators that are Republican, then there's going to be a problem. But so far it looks like the impeachment will stop right there when the House finishes their impeachment. It'll be more like Bill Clinton when he was impeached in the House. and not in the Senate. So, but if the Senate starts to flip on Donald and they say, well, we don't understand why he's supporting Vladimir Putin and getting us out of Syria, and they start realizing that, yeah, Trump is supporting Vladimir Putin in almost everything he does, then there's going to be a problem. Here, these are unavailable to us. Then there's going to be a problem. If Trump loses some of his Republican supporters because of this Syrian move that he made, that could be the death knell of his presidency. Okay, thank you. Let me talk for a while, and I'm going to go and do some things. Sarah's going to come in and talk to you guys about whatever's comfortable to talk about. But we've had enough politics on the short term, and I'll get back to a lot of other issues later. You know, I don't blame you Republicans for feeling like you're left out, but this is the discovery stage. This is not the finality stage. I'm sure you're going to get some oversight and cross-examination during the Senate stage. And I'm sure the Senate will definitely stand behind Donald Trump, being it's predominantly Republican. But if it looks more and more like Donald is saying there's no quid pro quo, and there is, the senators are going to have to decide, are they looking for re-election? Do they want to be called liars themselves? But judge says the impeachment inquiry is legal and justifies disclosing grand jury material. So maybe we'll be looking at the grand jury material that Mueller had. Pelosi wants to get a hold of it. There's still 9% of that document that's been redacted for no reason, except that Roger Stone still has a court case pending. It's ridiculous. Pelosi needs to look at all of the material in order to make the better assessment of the damage that Mueller uncovered in a 448-page document. And yes, the sex tape is real. That's what everyone's saying. Mueller confirmed that Russia blackmailed the president, yet it wasn't his purview to handle the case. Now that should be a real serious thing that a lot of you Republicans should be thinking about. Yeah. No, we've even seen it. I mean, I'm not going to show it to you, but it's out there on the internet. Everyone can look at it. Okay, cut back on the links here. Yeah, we're going to take a while in the links there. All right. He's sending links constantly for the UK. I mean, he has a new link every 15 words.
I do suspect you're right, Terry King. I haven't seen it. David's seen it. I haven't seen it. I agree. I think you're right. Safeway was some kind of bot. I'm real. Yeah. My day was good. I got through the rest of my parent conferences and did some work in the garden area and did what I need to do. Yeah, rosy cheeks and all. How did it go? It went really well. I have really good friendships, or good starts to friendships anyway, with families. I think I started good rapport. So yeah, it went well. Well, my hair is still pretty long. No, I don't know what that is, Daryl. I don't think I need to do that. Okay. What did I do in the garden today? Not much. I just kind of pulled up a couple dead things, and then actually I wrote this really cool poem and I posted it inside our garden shed. I'm hoping it'll stay because it was posted with like contact paper. But anyway, I might put another poem that I like too next to it. But yeah. And then I also reposted our we don't have any asparagus. David says we should plant asparagus, and we haven't planted any asparagus yet. I'm glad to hear that. But everything else that we have planted is doing well. Yeah, I know. No, I have a lot of rainbow chard that's growing in the garden. I have a whole bed full of mint, pineapple mint, I think it is, and then a whole bed of daisies. I think I'm gonna dig up the daisy bed. You almost stopped for some beer. I'm glad you didn't. We still have a few snapdragons that are bloomed. I haven't yet seen the sheet of exercise sheets you sent. Mint, it is invasive. It's taken over a whole bed, and even if I trim it back, it's still going to be growing. It's just one of those plants that will take over everything. Oh well, at least it smells good. Peppermint is really bad. It's one of those. Yeah, they say to plant mint inside a clay pot. Today I really didn't eat lunch. Yesterday I went out for lunch to China City. Usually I don't leave the building, but they give us an hour for our lunch because of parent conferences, and I went out with a friend to a Chinese place, and then I had like leftovers for dinner, and then I had leftovers at I finished at like 3:30, so an afternoon snack. Like today I had, well, no wonder I was snacking so much this afternoon, because I had a bagel for breakfast and some cocoa, and then I had I didn't have anything after that till like 3:30 when I got home, and I had the rest of my, like a little bowl of, it was cashew chicken. And then I was like snacking on these like veggie sticks, and had like a handful of chocolate covered coconut, and yeah, anyway. I wonder what David's making. I hope it's not that frittata. Oh, you planted peppermint among your carrots and it just probably took over. Herbs like to be cut back. Do they then take over again? I have all these oregano seeds that I've harvested. I mean, the oregano's like definitely taller than my head. It's huge. So I harvested some seeds, but then I left some to show off. I'm going to be showing off my gardens on Monday to a whole slew of people. Like 50 people are coming through to look at the gardens. Yeah, if I want one, I would eat a pizza, but like I decided, like usually I do the pizza sometimes on Wednesday, and this Wednesday I didn't because I was having a little bit of stomach things where I was like, I really needed more fiber, a little constipation, so I'm like, I better pass on the pizza. Yeah, time is fast and easy. That's a good idea. I have flat parsley, oregano, and then the rest of it's all mint. Everyone you know had stomach issues this month. Maybe it's the cold weather. It's like slowing us down. I will eventually donate all of my hair to poor kids with cancer when I die. Maybe it's the chemtrails, who knows. Oh. That whole I Have Become Death did remind me of Mary Shelley poem. I know, I have not. I'm hoping, as long as I don't, my friends have gotten sick, but I'm like, I just want to get through after Monday, then I can get sick. Just after Monday. Can't get sick till Monday, till Tuesday at least. Why won't they need my hair? All the living children will need my hair if I die. I don't want to get sick at all. But definitely not before Tuesday. One thing I've been doing is eating like the veggie chips. It's like veggie crisps I've been eating have jalapeno on it, and that's really good. And then I think that's good to keep away colds too. Sometimes I eat this uncrystallized ginger to keep away colds. Why did the earthworm cross the playground to get to the other mudslide? What kind of worms like to sleep by the fireplace? Hearthworms. I think popcorn might be a good snack. Yeah, it has some fiber in it. Two million people in California might have their power cut because fires are still going on down there. The Kincaid fire may have been sparked by a transmission line. Trump doesn't have an impeachment response team. He says, I am the team. And he might put his Washington hotel on the market. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't think so. David's very loyal. How can you tell which one end of worm is which? Jiggle it in the middle and see which end laughs. How do you get, what do you get if you cross a worm and an elephant? A very, very big holes in your peanut garden. No, he didn't. He probably said I was like two 20-year-olds. Because that's just how good I am. Marina Butina has been released from federal prison and deported to Russia. Probably got exactly what she wanted. Oh, this is interesting. Betsy DeVos has been held in contempt. Is that right? Is this true? Politico.com. Judge holds Betsy DeVos in contempt for violating a judge's order on student loans. Federal judge on Thursday held Education Secretary Betsy DeVos in contempt of court and imposed a $100,000 fine for violating an order to stop collecting on the student loans owed by students of a defunct for-profit college. Earlier this year, the Trump administration was forced to admit to the court that it erroneously collected on the loans of some 16,000 borrowers who attended Corinthian colleges despite being ordered to stop doing so. Okay, wait. Did I hear about the two silkworms in a race? It ended in a tie. What did the earthworm scientists discover? A global warming. What did the woodworm say to the compost pile? It's been nice gnawing you. Or the wood pile. If a person who reads a lot of books is a bookworm, what do you call a person who listens to a lot of tapes? Old. Global warming. Maxed out credits giving me all these jokes. What's the difference between Donald Trump and a worm? One of them is a slimy, loathsome creature incapable of complex thought. The other one actually shows up. Oh, goodness. I like worm jokes. Well, I am, of course, Wonder Worm Woman, so. 8-Ball, nice to see you. Okay. Quack. Has X disproved psychic connection between Ant and December? What? Dece? Audition? What? Yeah, usually David takes out the trash. An enchilada, a Mexican inchworm. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty funny, 515. Oh, hilarious, maxed out credit. You did not like Terminator Dark Fate, but Arnold was in it? Wow. On heroin with no chest, okay. I have control of my chat room. Shall I get rid of you? I could. Oh, I think it's all coming from this Mad Dog character. Let me just mute this and see what happens. Oh wait, I didn't mean to mute 8Ball. Let me go and unmute 8Ball. Yeah, take your dog for a walk in fresh air, and then have your dog drink fresh water. And of course your dog will probably be wanting to eat more things, so give him some wet food.
All right. Okay, I made you a salmon and some wontons and peas, and I'm having the rest of that
Thank you.
dish from last night. Yeah. All right.
Thank you. I'm
Sure.
glad I'm not.
Enjoy, yeah. Thanks for coming in. Get some,
Maybe I'll do a bath.
yeah, there you go. Some R&R.
All right. That was interesting. Moving on.
I'm going to be talking about the Supermax 8, Boeing's design. I just read an engineer's analysis of the whole thing and what was going on and how you know, Boeing's reacting. They still haven't perfected the dual software, the double check method, but they're getting close. But it's interesting. I'll be talking about that tonight. Spare ribs is what a skeleton orders at a restaurant. Wow. Okay, you got worm studies done. No, I don't even know what you're talking about, Max. Hey, let me open up the guest chat. You guys can cam up if you want. Yeah, glad you're hanging in there. Max apparently is doing okay. You got an inheritance. Congratulations. And I guess Super Saver made $8 million on the $2.5 million he made from threatening my life. Bitcoin's been very good to him. Yeah, Max was telling worm humor. Dairy King has something. No, I'm going to pass on that one. It's a little too country for me. I'm a little more rock and roll. Thanks. She had some spamming attacks. Yeah, well, that's part of the daily thing. We do this against all odds, so it's almost impossible to imagine how much resistance we get. I have people accusing me of lying or making up a story about being censored, and I find that whole thing absurd. You simply have to apply your brain power to determine if somebody is being censored. You know it when your account gets kicked off YouTube or you get a strike against your account. You know that. Yeah, when you have to scratch your nose, you do it off camera. I take out the trash, yeah. I do a lot of things. I do all the homework, living in a home. You know, I take care of the house. I'm not a houseman or anything, but it's my house, so it's all good. It's getting frustrating clicking your links, and they're all the same links. So could you not keep posting UK stuff here? I appreciate that. It's boring us. I'd rather look at Giuliani, deal with his butt humor. Apparently, Giuliani's been butt dialing people, and he's got a lot of butt stuff out there. I'm muted. I'm not muted. My volume is up. No, I met a black woman and I dated her, but she didn't think I was dating her. I was involved a long-term online internet relationship with a Jamaican American for a while. It's okay. And I flew down to visit her in Los Angeles and stayed in a separate hotel, of course, and took her out to dinner a couple times. And we got along pretty well. And then I met her again at another visit, just kind of like dating, you know. And she said to me that we weren't dating at all. So she had a issue where she didn't want to date a white guy, I guess. So I don't know. Everybody has a hang up about dating an opposite sex. You eventually have to cross over that, or not opposite sex, opposite race. Sorry. Yeah. I guess you have a problem dating opposite sex too, because it's kind of scary. A lot of you have never even had a relationship. You're incels. Yeah, and you're MGTOWs, men who've gone their own way. You can't find the right woman. So it must be a big barrier for you to cross. That anxiety of being rejected is so severe that people would rather not talk in public places. And I think a lot of people are just dialing in on their iPhone and not communicating because it's risky to communicate. Someone might reject you. All I can tell you is she was a racist. I've never met a woman who disliked African Americans more than this Jamaican American. She called them by the N-word. And I've never used that against anyone or to anyone. But she used to talk about people openly. You know, I guess a lot of black people use the N-word with each other. But she was a Jamaican American, and she wanted me to know that she didn't like African Americans. It's like, why are you hating on people? You know? So I had a big conversation with her about that. It was partly her upbringing at Southern Baptist. Yeah. Judge not for that ye be judged, but once you get that mote out of your eye, you can judge all you want, girl. That's right. You got a splinter in your eye. Well, I got a mote, and I got my mote out, so I can judge you. And that's how her attitude was. And I was like, wow, you know, I'm having a real spiritual conflict with you. I don't think we're equally yoked. How dare you? How dare you? Anyway. I still think William Barr must recuse himself from the Ukrainian probe, according to the New York City Bar Association. I'm with them on this. And I'm not alone in thinking William Barr is biased. And now they're going after a poor woman who is at the crossroads of this whole thing. This woman, they're claiming, the Republicans are claiming, Lisa Page, she edited the FBI file on Michael Flynn, Lieutenant General Michael Flynn. And you know, she really looks like a guilty person, you know. I mean, you couldn't pick a nicer looking, you know, friendly face ever. Oh, but the Republicans are convinced this is the culprit of a criminal investigation. And that's how the whole Russian thing got started with Michael Flynn. No. Believe me, there was plenty of bubbling evidence out there that Russia was involved with Donald Trump, and our State Department was in on it, knowing about it too. They knew all about it. Donald Trump and the Republicans didn't want to listen to our own intelligence advisors. Dan Coat literally resigned in disgust that Trump refused to admit that Russia rigged this election for him. You want to get some audio? Okay. All right. Good luck. Good luck with audio. The trouble is that all the Democrats are gambling on Hillary becoming president. They're all doing everything to cover their asses. Yeah, and the Democrats don't really want to establish a reason for us to vote for them except bribery. Elizabeth Warren willing to write off $800 billion in student debt, just like she got free student money by claiming she was a Cherokee Indian. Well, that left people like me without the money to go to college. People who had top grades, high SAT scores, but white people. Like she was white, but she claimed she was a Cherokee, which is complete perjury and fraud. And there's no statute of limitations on fraud. We can prosecute Warren at any time. What bothers me is Trump isn't doing anything. He hasn't prosecuted Warren. He hasn't prosecuted Hillary Clinton. He hasn't done anything. Yet you people on the right believe somehow he's fighting the deep state. Maybe rhetorically he goes out and talks about it, but he doesn't do anything. Yeah, and Warren's brother didn't claim any Indian roots in their history, but Warren did. That's a contradiction. So Warren needs to be tried for perjury and fraud. Fraud in the civil court, perjury in criminal court. She could go to 5 years in jail. She shouldn't be running for office and leading the Democratic quackery. It's ridiculous what's going on. I can tell you one thing. We've never been in a more tumultuous time in our history when both parties absolutely hate each other. And I have to ask why. And I think that we're being set up to hate each other. We're being set up to dislike right versus left, left versus right. This is all a massive play where the media enforces that separation by encouraging a Fox News channel to fire a gay man, Shepard Smith, stop any anti-Trump dialogue on their entire channel, and then encourage CNN, MSNBC, and other networks to be so anti-Trump, it's ridiculous. They don't want to give him any slack. They don't want to cut him any slack. I would like Trump to realize that he has to finish out his term in a way that makes sense for him, but not run again. He has to run again to avoid prosecution in New York or live overseas somewhere. So, I mean, Trump is kind of in a rock and a hard place. He has to keep running, and he has to keep bragging about his successes. So he's doing the best he can to promote himself, even though I think what's happened is Donald Trump has gotten himself into problems because of this conflict of interest. He wants to make money. He doesn't see the problem with cutting a deal with Russia or Ukraine on the side, sending Giuliani over there to get some more money. And now we heard from the butt dial of Giuliani, and we heard that, yeah, he definitely he talked a lot about, I guess, needing money. Let's see if we can get a clip of that butt dial. Okay, Giuliani butt dials a reporter. Thank you, man. Oh, there she is again. It's popping up all over the place. He can be heard discussing overseas dealings and lamenting the need for cash, though it's difficult to discern the full context of the conversation. The call appeared to be one of the most unfortunate of faux pas, what is known in casual parlance as a butt dial. And then he did it again the next day. In the message, Giuliani is heard talking to at least one other person. The conversation appears to pick up almost exactly where Giuliani's phone call with a reporter left off the day before, with Giuliani insisting he was the target of attacks because he was making public accusations about a powerful Democratic politician. Giuliani spends the entire 3 minutes rallying against the Bidens. He can be heard recycling many of the unfounded allegations that's been making on cable news and interviews. I'm not going to go so far as to say they're unfounded. I honestly think that Giuliani and Trump have dirt on Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, and I don't think Joe Biden is squeaky clean. I think both parties are beginning to uncover each other's corruption right in front of plain view for all of us to see. That's why I'm saying we're living in interesting times. I will never say that the Holocaust is a hoax. I will say this, that there are elements of the Holocaust that were overly dramatized, in the media. I will say that. I'll give you credence there. Not all the Jewish people died in the gas chambers. Many of them died from being starved to death by Hitler or getting typhus because of bad conditions. So it's not that you have a hoax theory. If you would wake up and realize the hoax theory was promoted by the CIA to splinter your group, we could get on the same bandwagon of stopping the Zionists. But you keep wanting to divide us with your insistence that it was all a hoax. Of course it wasn't a hoax. And these hoaxers use the defense that Hitler had a beautiful place in Auschwitz. They had beautiful children and films made of these children. Yeah, they were actually culled from the group to look like actors, and he used that in propaganda films. And you people use it like in defense of Adolf Hitler and what a pretty resort Auschwitz was. But I can tell you that Auschwitz and Treblinka and Dachau were not resorts. So you are denying an entire culture of people their memory of their loss, and that's wrong. But did they deserve to create Israel? Well, it already was a plan in place when Hitler took over Germany. He is a Zionist. Hitler was a Zionist. He was in favor of Israel, the creation of Israel. People don't realize that Hitler was a Zionist, Biden is a Zionist, Donald Trump is a Zionist. Something's wrong with that picture. That's why I'm saying our country needs to have a much more independent foreign policy, untethered to the New World Order and the Illuminati, who control the very essence of the two-party system. I'm not going to say they exaggerated the amount of deaths. I'm going to say that we don't know for sure how many, whether it was a specific 6 million or 4 million or 3 million. We don't know specifically because of all the deaths and all the bodies that weren't recorded. But to say that those films that Eisenhower's film crew took in 1946 were CGI'd, you might as well go talk to Ocasio-Cortez about, wanting free money from the government. I'm sure she's got a place for people as stupid as that. Did you see the people standing out in front of Ocasio the other day, just mindlessly endorsing everything she said and how the government should tell us what freedom is? Yeah. Yeah, she's out there pushing her line of BS constantly.
Democratic presidential candidate Bernie Sanders.
Cortez. She formally endorsed Sanders and
the kind of thing she says, it's almost like she's appealing to a third grade mentality, not just a fifth grade mentality like the Republicans are. But man, she speaks mindlessly about how she wants to help represent people and how they should all have every right. Of course we all want rights. Of course we want equal fairness and no more big Wall Street executives, but good luck managing that.
And made the case that it is the Sanders brand of politics that will beat Donald Trump.
No one wanted to question this system. And in 2016, he fundamentally changed politics in America.
Prior to his heart attack, the Sanders campaign was stuck in neutral, struggling to keep up with frontrunners Elizabeth Warren and Joe Biden, but far ahead of lower-tier candidates unable to muster double-digit support. His heart attack threatened to draw new questions about his age and fitness for office, but his supporters, crowded shoulder to shoulder in Queens, said they weren't worried by it.
He's okay. That's the last thing I'm thinking about. He's strong enough, yeah. He'll be around here at least another 30 years.
So you got to wonder what their mindset is, the Bernie supporters, and they just want everyone to give up their property so that we could all basically have a piece of the pie. They want communism. They call it socialism, but it's really just communism. Yeah, I would need that times 60, right? Hey, again, I warned you not to keep posting here. You keep doing it. Hunter Biden's scandal expands in Romania. I know. And that's why I'm saying that Donald Trump and Giuliani are on a good fact-finding mission about Hunter Biden. It has exposed Hunter Biden's Chinese connection, which cost him his job there, too. But the reality is, the only people that will really win this election are people that are galvanizing the American people in the center of the political spectrum. And a socialist doesn't cut it. Not everybody wants a standard of education for their kids that involves LGBTQ. Forcing the kids to decide if they're going to be lesbian, gay, bi, or transgender at a young age. Nobody wants that. But the Democrats seem to think they do. Nobody wants to spend more tax dollars for their ridiculous programs like Obamacare, which is already bankrupting our country. But the Democrats seem to think we do. We want Medicare for all, they say. And who wouldn't want to live the life of a luxury existence, a premier health insurance plan, and have doctors call you on the phone, "Are you okay, David? Can I help you?" And instead, we see doctors just building their own personal bank accounts up, buying new Teslas because the old ones getting dirty. And we're seeing a massive machine of corruption suck those Democratic dollars into their pockets. And that's what the Democrats support. They support big corporate business. They support big Humana Healthcare and all these other United, which were at the early onset of Obamacare trying to make a lot of money, but then finally gave up on Obamacare. But the big corporate donors are what the people of the Democratic Party are all about. And Bernie's no different. He's in the 1%. And Bernie's traditionally been a moocher off of people all his life. So, of course, he's got an entire nation of moochers supporting him because Donald Trump has been so divisive. Donald Trump has made it seem like anybody who's Republican is a racist, or anyone who supports Trump is some sort of a white supremacist. And the whole appeal of Bernie is he's going to pull a lot of minority votes. And that's true. But in no way can we assume that Donald Trump is completely racist or a white supremacist. In no way can we assume that. But many people would love to just sit there and say, yeah, he is a racist. He's definitely, and in their minds, he sees them as racist. So, but Donald has that really going against him. And Bernie's got the minority vote locked up. Structural reevaluation of the collapse of World Trade Center 7. Wow, this is from the Institute of Northern Engineering now. Contradicting the original 9/11 Commission report. Yeah, they were testing it for fire, and they found out that it was definitely not caused by structural damage. Breitbart. Holy crap. Social media reacts to Hillary Clinton's shot at Trump's during Cummings eulogy. Whoa. Okay. Breitbart's analyzing this. Let's see what he said at the eulogy for Elijah Cummings. Hillary Clinton delivered a veiled shot at Trump during the Representative Cummings eulogy, likening the lawmaker to the Old Testament prophet who stood against corrupt leadership of King Ahab and Queen Jezebel. Or King Ahab, sorry. Ahab. Spurring both praise and disgust from users on social media. Who cares? Hillary's not running yet, so we can just postpone her agenda. Until she throws her name in the hat, who cares? Yeah. I mean, Hillary who cares? Yeah, the Republicans think this is the woman that caused the whole thing with Michael Flynn, his report being doctored, or 302 report being doctored. Even if she did something wrong on the report, it still doesn't stop the fact that Michael Flynn was working for Russia for 24 days. Answer to that one, you Republicans. Now we're going to get to the 737 problem. Okay, let's get there. I was looking at this the other day. The 737 MAX mess, a timeline of how we got here. Wow. Okay, I'm going to take a look at a Boeing 737 Super 8 here. This is a schematic drawing of the 737, as close as we can get. And you'll notice that, I'll expand this out. Structurally, they chose to make the wing behind the lift area, behind the thrust area. Yeah, it's actually under the wing, which is weird because the thrust bamps down as it's taking off. And it's also below the center of gravity of the vehicle, and this particular engine is in front of the center of gravity of the vehicle. Now I have here an image of an old Boeing plane. Let me show it to you. Oh, no, this is a great article I read by an engineer. I'll give it to you for anyone looking to find the specific. This might interest you, Max. This is a top-level engineer who's actually gotten some recognition from Boeing. Yeah, and AG William Barr is going to be formally announcing an Orwellian pre-crime program. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. But look at the old planes, the old Boeings, and look at where the engines were. This is a Boeing 737 from the 1970s. And first of all, the engines were bigger compared to the rest of the body of the plane, but look at how the engine is underneath the wing. See how, and all the leverage up and down is underneath the wing, and which stabilizes the vehicle and gives it more thrust, ironically. So whoever came up with the idea that they were going to put the engine ahead of the center of gravity and below the center of gravity of the plane, I think needs to be questioned. But that's not the assessment of that article. The article deals with the MCAS system, which is what Boeing is recrafting and getting a double check barrier to prevent it from happening. But the MCAS system was never even talked about because it, frankly, is top secret. And I can't even discuss it beyond saying that it was used by the government as a way of adjusting for pitch. Summing up a whole lot of details, the MCAS system overcompensated and oftentimes sent the plane going straight down. And the pilots had about 3 seconds to respond. Now, Boeing thought that was perfectly okay, that if a plane starts going down like that, within 3 seconds, a pilot should be able to arrest it. But the Sri Lankan flight and the Ethiopian flight, the pilots didn't get to the controls for 11 seconds. So Boeing mischaracterized what a pilot's duty was in reassessing the common problem that occurred in this plane when the MCAS system failed. So, and the MCAS system only failed during certain angles of elevation or declination. Sum it all up, they're still coming up with a second safeguard to make sure the MCAS system doesn't fail. And I think that's great. That's a win for Boeing in my mind. Waiting is better. Waiting is better. We want to make sure this runs right. We don't have any other problems ever again. In this particular instance, I think we should always side on the side of prudence and careful timing here. We don't have to rush this. So bearing all that in mind, we've got the death of 346 people to deal with. If the lawsuits hit Boeing, they'll probably have to pay through the nose for all of them. But either way, it clearly seems like Boeing is pushing their leverage on the American people by forcing a lot of these things through rapid testing. Max said that a full redesign would have to redesign the plane wings. It's impossible to do that. The simple fact that the engines were ahead of the center of gravity and below it doesn't necessarily impinge on the plane's full functionality. It did make it much more of a pivot point, though, in my opinion. And I'm not an expert on aerodynamics. I just speed read and study things rapidly with my mind. And I can tell you when I apply my thinking to something, it usually comes up with some simple answers. We could also retrofit all the Super 8s with an amazing technology which I developed called the blimp plane technology. Yeah. You want stabilization and slower flight? I've got that. The blimp plane. Big Dave. Except it never appears when I look for it. Could it be the blimp plane has been taken out of... Oh, there it is. So these are some of the concepts we have here at our site. Reagrification, improving the soil, getting rid of chemical fertilizers as the primary source of nutrition for our plants. We just talked to Misanthropy, showed us an article about how many of us are suffering from a magnesium deficit because plants don't have the kind of minerals that they used to have. So reagrification is part of the plan. We have national composting in that plan as well. But we're also in favor of you being able to smoke marijuana and legally use it across the nation. I'm also the originator of the Basic Income Plan, which I offer $500 a month for all U.S. adult citizens. And I also am offering a matching funds. If Andrew Yang wins the nomination for president, I will match his funds and kick it to $11.11 per month for everybody, including Social Security and disability recipients. Minimum $11.11 a month if Andrew Yang wins the nomination. I'll stand by that position. If he doesn't win the nomination, we won't go in that direction. Historic win. Well, you played this long enough, I actually have to actually play this tonight. You know, this is just UK game show stuff. I don't think it's appropriate. So we're going to have to pull you out of the show now. Okay, we'll get to the Rudy Giuliani butt dial again just a second here. Let's listen in to the butt dialing of Rudy Giuliani as we clear this slate here. But let's take a look at the blimp plane. This is a concept I came up with many years ago. It's a way of actually getting stabilization from a plane like the Supermax 8. If we had a problem with the Supermax 8 in the future, not that we are going to have it, but any old plane will definitely get retrofitted, at least in theory, with a blimp pack. And this will actually provide low-cost transportation from LA to New York or anywhere around the country. It'll take 3 times longer, but we'll make it really nice inside and put a vape lounge in the back of the plane where you can vape, have a juice bar and a coffee machines, etc. And we'll also give you the option of having sleepers on board where if you meet people, you might want to, hang out and go to your room together. But no, seriously, it'll be a much slower travel and it'll be all air filtered, no breathing smoke and body odor from other people in the plane. Pretty cool idea. And I really believe that we'll test this out just in theory and do one. And if it doesn't work, and we can't get it to work, we'll say, oh gosh, Dave, the blimp plane was a disaster. But at least let's try. The possibility of building parachutes that could actually turn the fuselage into a parachute is out there. But parachutes on planes should have been done many years ago, and our government's never done anything to ensure the safety of passengers. And that's something, a modern innovation that will be coming with my plan. That's how I got rid of it. Missed it by that much. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the situation with Giuliani and the butt dial. He butt dials an NBC reporter heard discussing need for cash and trashing the Bidens. Yeah, so Giuliani's saying he needs to trash the Bidens. It's kind of what I tweeted. I said, you need to go after all that you can on the Bidens. I still believe it's a strong position.
Charles would have a hard time with a fraud case because he didn't do any due diligence. Tomorrow, I got to get you to get on Bahrain. You got to call. Got to call Robert again tomorrow. It's Robert around. The problem is, we need some money.
We need the money. The problem is they need the money.
We need $20,000.
They need $200,000.
Okay. Yeah, okay. So David, give me options. Yeah.
Okay, we got some of that. We also have Donald Trump teases a presidential bid.
You took out a full-page ad and...
This is a
Charles would have a hard time with a fraud case because he didn't do any due diligence. Tomorrow.
All right, we'll get to that. This is Oprah Winfrey and Donald Trump teasing that he'd have a presidential bid during a 1988 Oprah show. This is old news to me because I remember when Donald Trump was actually bragging about how he lost 3 men in a helicopter accident. He wasn't feeling apologetic that they were in a helicopter, and he wasn't. Yeah, I remember when Trump actually said, "This is great news," or "This is great press," when 3 of his top men who were in charge of casino operations were going to testify the next day in a tax hearing, and they died in a helicopter accident over the Trump Tower, 1988. So this happened right after that. Trump went right on Oprah and started talking about how he may run for president.
Possible for them to sell their oil. Why aren't they paying us 25% of what they're making? It's a joke.
This sounds like...
He basically was, I'll be playing that later tonight. You know, Oprah will monetize this if I do it. They got 4 million views on that. She wants her cut. I'll play that tonight. Thank you. David, everyone is being kept out of your show except for me? Yeah. Exactly. Misanthropy, I hope you understand that I'm having a hard time explaining this to Sarah, that she doesn't recognize that we're being censored. But it's hardcore, and they're putting the thumb down on everybody who's trying to get in and talk on the show. Okay. Just so you know that we will cover the butt dial story more in the evening. We haven't left there. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons why we have a problem reaching a lot of people in America, because we are censored so heavily on this network. I was trying to come up with alternative guest sites months ago. And believe me, I've had a hard time explaining this to Sarah on many different levels. And I've even laid it out for people. And over at iBlog, they were telling me tonight that the very fact that I talk about censorship means they're not going to vote for me. And I'm going, that's a reason to vote for a third party when we're being oppressed daily in such a way that people are frightened that this party is going to take off. People are making money, millions of dollars, not just a little bit of money, but millions of dollars being thrown at various people. And one guy, Super Saver, he threatened my life 25 times, told me he was going to gut me like a fish. I had copies of it. He made $2.5 million from Mark for doing that, according to him. Now, that's all. I'm just saying whatever he said. And then he took that and bought Bitcoins, and now he's worth $10 million. And he comes in our show and he broadcasts it, he talks about it. You say nice, I cry foul, you can't threaten somebody's life. I'm going to have to offer him some sort of a plea agreement when we need to have him testify. The reality is Mark has been offering money left and right to people who attack our show, and a lot of people don't get it. Why would Mark keep us on his network if he were censoring you? Why doesn't he just kick you off the network? That's the simplistic analysis. Mark is corralling me because he's trying to keep me under his thumb. He wants to be the gatekeeper. He doesn't want me to go to another network and switch all my viewership over in 2020. He's getting a lot of money from the Russians, he said, and he acts like it's a big joke. Yeah, Tulsi says she's not going to go for re-election. She thinks she's going to start a third party to play Hillary's game, blaming third parties when the Democrats lose, possibly. But Tulsi is just like Howard Stern when he said he was going to create a third party. Or what about the third party that Eric Schultz was going to make with his independent run for the presidency? Howard Schultz. What about his run, which didn't last until, he literally dropped out of the race 2 months ago. Remember Howard Schultz? He was going to run, and he has lots of money. They all say they're going to run, and they can never even get close to the numbers of people that are talking about me worldwide. So we got way ahead of the mainstream when we built the original show, and I did the blackface video. We got way ahead of the mainstream, and now the rebroadcast on UHF has spread the word around the globe that I'm being censored. The message resonates very clearly among foreigners. They would hate to feel like they couldn't be a part of a political process. And they would know how horrible it is for me to have all my signs stolen during my local race. 90% of my signs were stolen. They would understand what it's like to stifle democracy. In Romania, they have many parties. In Pakistan, they have many parties. And it's very illegal to steal signs from people. In those countries that worked hard for their democracies, or whatever they call a democracy, they are valuing it where we don't. We don't value it. And so many people in here don't believe that I'm being censored, that somehow we're living in a free and democratic nation and they would never censor you, David. That in and of itself is the proof that everybody in America is being brainwashed and the majority of people don't even want to vote. And of course, George Soros is giving his commendation to Elizabeth Warren, the liar that she is, who perjured herself claiming she was Cherokee Indian to get a free education and all the money she has in her bank account. And now this vile scumbag of a man who thinks he can buy our political system says Elizabeth Warren is most qualified to be president. Dude, we know where you're coming from, and it's a Zionist New World Order threat to our nation. And patriotic Americans like myself will not sit back and watch you and all the people like you try to buy our country. We'll be putting laws in place preventing anything George Soros can do to manipulate any political race in the future. We need safeguards. The FEC hasn't done anything to prosecute Donald Trump or Barack Obama for taking foreign donations. They haven't done anything. It's a joke of a department, the FEC is. They rarely ever punish anyone for getting a donation from illegal means. It's insane. Now we've got corporations controlling our political system. Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham both get money from a Russian oligarch for re-election. I wish I was making this stuff up. Brett Kavanaugh was the one that made that all possible back in 2011. Brett Kavanaugh gave the foreign governments the right and the ability, and foreign corporations, I should say, the ability to donate to super PACs. So they do it through shell oligarchs. Russia does, other people do. That's why we've got the problem with Hunter Biden and Joe Biden getting foreign money from Ukraine. Biden got $800,000 from Burisma. So Trump and Giuliani are onto something good. The more they dig dirt on Biden, the more they reveal Biden's problems and fallibilities. But Giuliani and Trump are too busy working on that. Biden's not even grabbing the reins and making a strong campaign against Elizabeth Warren's use of the word Cherokee Indian on her paperwork. If I were Biden, I'd be riding that every day. So I'm not sure why Biden isn't playing that card. He needs to play it now. Because Trump is too busy playing other cards just to stay afloat with the impeachment hearing pending. So if Biden doesn't step up and reveal the truth about Warren, I certainly will on a daily basis, because there's no way we're going to let this lying woman dominate political life for all of us, especially considering she wants to tax all of America to finance people that didn't want to pay back their student loans. And I'm more than willing to adjust the student loans under one infrastructure bank and handle them under a fixed interest rate, giving people the ability to pay back their principal. But I'm not going to encourage cheaters, people that take loans and don't pay them back. Warren is a cheater, and she's encouraging others to cheat too. It's unbelievable. I've never seen our country slide so far off into this direction on the left. And then with Trump, he's a classic case of conflict of interest law. Gone wild. Twinkies are designed to last a long time. I wouldn't worry about it. The question is, will your body process the Twinkie in your intestines? Yeah, CNN did all it could to help Elizabeth Warren get ahead in the polls, too. I don't know what Biden is doing. Why doesn't he talk about the Cherokee Indian thing? It's a serious issue. Because Trump talked about it? Bring it up, Biden. CNN did all they could help Elizabeth Warren win the Democratic debate. Senator Elizabeth Warren spent the most time talking at CNN's debate, clocking in almost 23 minutes. For a lineup of 12 presidential candidates, that's pretty good. Her long-windedness wouldn't necessarily indicate bias if she hadn't A, talked for almost 7 minutes longer than the next most verbose candidate, and B, already received such fawning coverage in the press. Warren has benefited from consistently smooth coverage from the media. When a recent report questioned truth in Warren's story about getting fired from a teaching job for being pregnant, several outlets ran interference for her, with Washington Post calling it a fake GOP scandal, which it wasn't, in spite of pretty compelling evidence from 2 independent sources that she made the whole thing up about being pregnant and being fired. And on Tuesday night, only her fellow candidates were willing to push Warren, with South Bend, Indiana Mayor Pete Buttigieg and Minnesota's Amy Klobuchar reprimanding her for refusing to state honestly where she'd get the funds for her universal health care plan. Hint, they'll come from tax increases. So they just did a little bit of reprimanding for where she get the funds for her universal health care plan. Joe Biden came in a distant second for time speaking at just 16 minutes, and he was forced to defend his son and claim he is not too old at almost 77 to run for president. And Bernie's even older. Yeah, so I think we're dealing with media manipulated politics and now censorship against people like me, fringe candidates that are calling me. I'm not a fringe candidate. I'm a person being forced into the fringe, unable to get a second in the media, not 1 second in the mainstream media. They won't give me the time of day. It's a career ender, and I've been saying I've been censored for, 6 years now, and I'm still dealing with this wall of people not believing I'm censored. It's amazing. The stock market would pretty much decline if Bernie or Warren gets elected. We're going to lose all that gossamer gloss that the Trump branding gave us. We'll be basically stripped bare, and we'll be seen as a country that's just hopelessly addicted to the petrodollar to prop up our currency. And even Bernie Sanders would make a big issue about the petrodollar and how we need to get rid of our reliance on petroleum, which would further tank the stock market. I don't want to destroy your infrastructure, your car. I will never take your car away or overly tax it like the Democrats. I will never force a luxury tax on you for simply drinking something I might find not healthy for you. I don't do that. I think the Democrats are on the wrong track with this. And what they did recently with the vaporizers is a tragedy. So many people were quitting cigarettes, and now they have to go buy a pack for $10 a day or more, and their family's getting poorer because they need their addiction to nicotine appeased. And they didn't have a lot of solid evidence that more people were dying. They just had this spurious story that 33 people allegedly died from vaporizers. It started at 8, but the real number was 2. Now it's 33 people died from vaporizers. I'd like to see the number of people and up close and personal. I'd like to look at those stats. I don't trust them or believe them. So they've really targeted the vaporizer users because the Democrats want more tax money from your cigarettes. So the Democrats are now the party that wants you to smoke cigarettes, and they don't want you to drive a hybrid because they'll tax you for that too. They won't, in my state, they're taxing me $75 per hybrid. Sarah has a hybrid, I have a hybrid. We have to pay an extra $75 each per year for our tags. So they're penalizing people that are saving money and being energy efficient and conscious of pollution. And the Democrats are also in favor of war, going back to the Syrian issue. They want us to stay in Syria. Warren would keep us in Syria. She totally ratifies the war over there. Tulsi Gabbard is going against the war over there, but she sounds more like she's working for Vladimir Putin. And Trump is working for Vladimir Putin, so getting out of Syria is really a win for Vladimir Putin. But my long-term goal was to actually replace our forces with automation, not just abandon Kurds with no support, no ballistic support, anti-ballistic capability. Yeah, they are liars. And they're constantly lying. The Democrats and Republicans lie through their teeth all the time. That's the problem with the two-party system. They rely on lying. It's a mainstay of their operation is to tell you what you want to hear and then deliver nothing. That's how they operate every single election cycle. You probably remember being lied to before. The U.S. is going to deploy more troops to eastern Syria to secure the oil fields, which makes sense. But try finding anywhere in that article who owns the oil fields. There's no real ownership. It's not Bashar al-Assad. Is it Shell Oil? Is it Texaco? I mean, who owns the oil field? We don't even know. So it's strange that, shoring up our support for this group who were anti-ISIS rebels amounts to what? A bunch of rebels are mining the oil over there? I still don't know who's making the money on the oil. Very weird. And Trump seems to be in bed with Putin on this issue, claiming that he's creating safe zones. And by the way, safe zones, the whole wording, it's all my invention. I created the wording safe zones. In 2009, I blogged on military blogs, and I also posted on my YouTube videos that are still up there talking about the safe zones. Trump came in and claims, oh, we're going to have safe zones. And now he's calling this a safe zone. There's nothing safe about it. There's no automated systems in place to protect the Kurds, nothing. So he doesn't even get copying my ideas correct. He's bastardizing my ideas, which is more disturbing. Good Friday. I personally, being I was baptized Catholic, I still go through the ritual of eating fish on Friday, even though I'm not a practicing Catholic anymore. So, yeah, it's just good to stay off of red meat all the time, they say. It's got a lot of toxins in it, and they say it's linked to prostate cancer in men, too much of it. And then fish supposedly has microplastic in it, too. Pork is not considered appropriate on Friday if you're Catholic. Yeah, well, eating a lot of meat is necessary for your muscles tissue and your sinewy muscle tissue to stay healthy, because the amino acids in meat are good. Yeah, this is not a wig, man. This is my real hair. You couldn't do that if I was a wig. It would pull right off. You got a wig over there? Yes, the establishment wig. There you go. It's available. Tired of people looking at you thinking you're a hippie? You want to fit in and conform with the establishment. You need to wear my hair. I used to have long hair like that, and I cut it, and I said, I want shorter hair because, number one, I want to save money on shampoo and conditioner. So you notice you use a lot less shampoo and conditioner when you have shorter hair. Many of you have had problem getting into the chat room. The capacity server screens are popping up at Vaughn all the time. We also have a couple other websites available. If you're looking for an alternative broadcast, you can get in and chat at Twitch. Now we have a Twitch show. We need more people over there. Yeah. We also, every single night, we publish a unique link to our show at Periscope. And that's tonight's link. Yeah, I'm not going to comment about that picture. So we're deploying troops in the eastern oil fields. Again, Bashar al-Assad is not part of this. We've already invaded his country many times. He's just trying to minimize the conflict and establish control over about 400 areas. And Russia has agreed to Assad to do that. And apparently Russia is in on a plan to get Trump in line too. Which makes you wonder, is Trump working for Russia? Okay, here's NBA is a wholly owned subsidiary of China, according to Pence. His rhetoric is coming out very strong and in support of the Hong Kong protesters, and I admire that. I do, but it's not the way to actually get things done with China. And I think it's actually a good thing for Pence to step out of the box, sort of, and appear like he is trying to stand up for the protesters. He really has made a splash, and I actually liked his speech, believe it or not. And it lessened my concern about him even taking the reins if Trump has to step down, which he probably will have to. So I'm wondering, if this is a good thing that he's turning against a top corporation like Nike and turning against the NBA, but he's stepping up in favor of his friend, the Houston Rockets GM, Daryl Morey. That's really what got Pence going. Pence responded to a tweet that Daryl Morley commented about, and then it turned into a big deal. So Pence just stepped into the arena and he spoke out. And I actually think it was a good thing he spoke out, but whether it'll affect Chinese relations and our trade negotiations is a whole different subject, because he really pressed deep into the Chinese mindset and he's forcing his will, which is not really the way they want to do things. I'm sorry that video is unavailable. I played it earlier anyway. He took a swing at Nike. He said Nike stores in China actually removed their Houston Rockets merchandise from their shelves to join the Chinese government in protest against the Rockets' general manager's 7-word tweet. He said the NBA is acting like a wholly owned subsidiary of that authoritarian regime. A progressive corporate culture that is willfully ignores the abuse of human rights is not progressive, it is repressive. I like that wording he used. I liked his speech. But again, we're still trying to walk into a negotiation with China, which is kind of dicey as it is. So, I mean, but I'm the one who said that we should actually build something into the negotiations to protect the Hong Kong protesters. They have self-rule till 2047. There's no legal precedent for China to insist that they be adjudicated in Beijing. So Yao Ming used to be on the Houston Rockets. Right. They were a Chinese team. Yeah, that's why they like it. Yeah, that's why they have big interest in. But China has pulled all the NBA material off the shelves. They're very angry right now. They're angry at Pence, so they're pulling all the NBA material off despite what the NBA said. So they're making it very clear that this is a monetary thing. It'll come down to low sales for the NBA for accessories as well as Nike. China's a big market. Hey, have you met the kind of people I have in my neighborhood? Well, this is a kind of a similar person to some of the people that are looking for help and support in my neighborhood, and the Democrats and Republicans really don't want to give them a place to stay. And I don't either. So the homeless problem is getting worse, and the Democrats and Republicans have decided they're not going to do anything. Now, I have a plan to get mobile medical units and mobile service units out there for people. I have a plan to legalize marijuana and help the country. All these things are part of our plan. We have a plan for an infrastructure bank, helping the soil, rehabilitating the soil, getting the infrastructure bank to help U.S. businesses hire U.S. citizens at a living wage. Yeah. But the mobile service unit idea and the mobile medical unit idea involves working through the VA, helping veterans who are homeless, and building an amazing life raft of potential services. The seawater pipeline, hey man, that's a big plus. Yeah, we actually have the seawater pipeline on track to get fresh water for California and export the idea around the world and generate all kinds of new opportunities for people. Making fresh water, what a concept. Yeah, we have the ocean pipeline somewhere here too. Except it's not handy. I normally talk about that on Wednesday night. Hey, how'd the Dow do today? I was going to check. Let me take a look. Was it an up or down day? Let's take a look. Okay, we're looking at 26,958, perched to climb into the 27,000 range with an upswing of 152 points on the Dow. It was a good day, yeah, with an upturn for next week. Well, you know, I think the resilience of the stock market's been amazed many people along the way, but probably because many people aren't really invested. Good night, Max. Sleep well. Yes. You know, prime weed is something you keep and cherish in a little jar. that you draw from when you really just want to take a taste of it. Because remember, weed, like anything, will actually, you'll build a resistance to it. It's not physically addictive, but you build a resistance to it. So you want to cherish the best stuff you have. Feds print money out of thin air. Oh yeah, you're right. They do. But isn't it amazing how they're able to prop up the markets? The Feds just increased their backing of money markets significantly just yesterday, and the stock market responded. You see that? The Feds opened up loan guarantees for money markets. Immediately had a positive effect in the stock market. It's amazing, the offer of more credit, whether we have the ability to advance credit or not, it makes everybody happier. That's why we have a $22 trillion debt right now. Asset price inflation due to money printing. There you go. And your credit default swaps are still hanging out there, waiting to dry. And many companies are still sitting on a tremendous amount of risk versus collateral. Look at Apple, for instance. They drew $170 million. $160 billion of their asset. Apple has, I think, 300 billion left. They had 460 billion. And now they're down to 245 billion on hand. A lot of that money went into, you're not going to believe this, but the internal documents probably won't even tell you, but a lot of the money Apple, remember when they had 460 billion in cash? A lot of that money went into building a car. A Macintosh car. Have you heard about the Macintosh car? I haven't. They threw a tremendous amount of money at building a car. They just had to lay off a bunch of people that were in the car division. A self-driving autonomous car Apple wanted to build. So a lot of money got wasted there. Yeah. You never heard of it? I didn't either. And we heard about the initial spec money. A lot of people got fired in California, 70 people. And we never really heard about their car. But the Apple CEO becomes chairman of the Chinese University Board. So now they're working with China. You're seeing some of the biggest American companies become kind of merged at the hip with a country who's got their interest in mind and really don't care. Oh, Taiwan, there you go. Tim Cook will work closely with the Chinese government officials to promote Tsinghua University Economics and Management School. Well, good luck. You're losing money hand and fist, Tim. You managed to waste $200 billion over the past 10 years. Good job there, dude. I'm sure Steve Jobs would be very happy with your work. Not. What a joke. Yeah, Dr. Laura, does she still have her show? Dr. Cannibal's husband? Because Dr. Laura did call Apple CEO Tim Cook out as gay and added him to her popular gay list. And that's good, because at least we know he came out and we are tolerant and accepting of gay people, much like Dr. Laura. For a woman who posed nude in her 30s and said the N-word numerous times on her show, she's got some serious kahunas. How is she doing? Are you involved with her? People are wearing Alex Jones products t-shirts and his cheap herbal stuff, and they're 50-something old men, lost their factory job 20 years ago. I know. Welcome to the mind-bending world of propagandists like Alex Jones. I don't think she would. Dr. Laura has always been very honest about her nude pictures online. Hey, I was going to show you the sex tape of Donald Trump with the two women peeing and him standing there, but I don't think they'd allow it on YouTube, so I'm not going to show it to you, but it's readily available if you Google it. I can hear you. I can hear you. Yeah, so you can find out about, and these mobile medical units will be all over the country. At the end of 1 year, we'll have at least 200 mobile medical units, and we're anticipating up to 500 mobile service units for homelessness in America. But I'm going to say 200 of each, because I can't really imagine 500. We'll contract these to be built at places like Kenworth Trucking. We can get Patrick Metal out in South Bend, Indiana to bid on it. assuming Pete Buttigieg will give us some time of day with the local officials. I want to bring business to South Bend because I know they're hurting and they've got metal factories out there that could do the work. But going through Pete Buttigieg, I don't know. Oh. Yeah, her nudes. Oh, you looked up Dr. Laura's nudes? Katie Hill is nice too. I mean, I'd show her pictures on screen, but I'd much rather not talk about her in a negative way. She's got a lawsuit. She's thinking of suing various people that show her pictures. Now, I only showed a picture of her face to show you who she was and the bong she was holding. And I showed you a picture of her making out with her staff member, 25-year-old staff member, brunette, a little heavy set, but you know. I showed you that, but I never showed you any nudity other than the tattoo next to her pelvis, which shows some sort of a swastika. No, it's actually a Celtic sign. So we don't know what to think of that woman. But Katie Hill is not going to be tried or there's no ethics violations. Apparently, now that when you're in a Congress as a Democrat, you can, hey, do whatever, you know. Strap on photos, selfies, you know, whatever you want to do. No, I think Tim Cook and Steve Jobs were unrelated. I think Steve Jobs was probably terminated because he disagreed with the FBI. I know, the truffle. Yeah. A threesome truffle. Yeah, the new term they're coming up with. It hasn't even come out yet. It's still called truffles. That was Tim Cook. Get the word Cook. Like the Cook brothers, the Koch brothers. It's pronounced Coke, as in, yeah. No, the average age of this chat is 37 years old. I've done the demographics. We have traced all of the regional centers of this chat. You know, only a few people can even get in here. Consider yourself lucky you got through the capacity server screens. Well, you know, the thing is, Rachel Maddow looks to me to be a transgender. I'm just guessing, though. People say that she looks like a dude. But I don't know. I mean, it's hard to tell now. Look at Tulsi Gabbard, you know. Or better yet, let's look at Rachel Maddow. I mean, very masculine features. I mean, I could technically, I look like Rachel Maddow. Yeah. Let's see if I can line this up. Yeah, very similar features.
You know, David, I've always wondered if you're a transgender. And I'm not really sure. Your nose is a little different than mine, but you are kind of a Democrat, aren't you? Weren't you a Democrat for a while?
Rachel Maddow. And then here's Tulsi Gabbard. I'm the one who's raising the specter of the possibility that she may be a dude. I'm going to throw it out there because, frankly, Michelle is clearly a dude. We've seen Michelle with a penis in multiple pictures. I'm not going to play the video for you unless you absolutely want to see it. You know, if you have to see it, I'll play it for you. But yeah, take a look at Tulsi Gabbard there. Very manly jaw. You know, very dude-like. And then you got to ask yourself, well, what do other transgender Hawaiian women look like? And sure enough, they're out there. Let's see if we can get a picture of one of them. Check this woman out. Yeah, she's that's a dude. Yeah, so if that's a dude, and that's a dude, you're telling me that Tulsi is not a dude? I don't think so. Okay, moving on. We've covered a lot of territory tonight. Whew. The debt load is increasing rapidly under Trump. We're looking at nearly $1 trillion over budget. And if the Democrats get their way, it'll be another $340 billion over budget. So our next year's budget will be $1.34 billion over budget. Donald has done nothing to cut the cost of excessive government and the massive government bureaucracy. First responders risking lives in deadliest shift. Coming up. Video unavailable. You'd be surprised how many videos are unavailable to me that you post. Thank you. Dude looks like a lady. Has Dr. Laura been invited onto your show yet? I didn't even hear Dr. Laura's radio show. Does she have a show yet? Because I would love to have a conversation with her, but I have to ask her not to use the N-word in our show. I'd appreciate that. But she can talk about the extreme nature of the pro-LGBTQ left that wants to enable all of you to become transgenders. Some people are listening. Yeah, there are some people listening. Rudy Giuliani, for one. Not only is he able to now butt dial people,
tomorrow I got to get you to get on Bahrain. You got to call. Got to call Robert again tomorrow. Is Robert around? The problem is we need some money.
they need money. So Trump has Giuliani out there looking for money. You imagine?
Maybe $20,000.
$200,000. Wow. Bahrain. He wants $200,000 from Bahrain. Really?
Okay.
So Giuliani's looking for a couple $100,000 from Bahrain. I mean, is he soliciting money for Donald Trump? Well, he likes Donald Trump, and he also likes to dress up.
And we are back. We have
Hang on, we got a little dress up here to do. Well, let's be clear.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of this scent.
I like that.
This may be the best of all. Oh, you dirty boy! You. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try. Mayor Giuliani, he's given away over $2 billion.
Yeah, so Giuliani likes to do dress up, and Donald, it came from that era when you did stuff like that. Studio 54, open sex acts with famous people, lots of cocaine flying around. I'm not saying he did it, but no, that wasn't from a sex tape. That was actually him just doing a commercial with Rudy. He gets along pretty well with Rudy, and you know, in all deference to Donald Trump, he has a good, fierce fighter and an advocate in the form of Rudy Giuliani, and I think he's managed to dance around any controversy that they're trying to pin on him. Ironically, the Democrats can't go after Giuliani in certain areas. He did everything that Trump wanted him to do. He went out looking for money from, I guess, Bahrain and Ukraine, and anything that rhymes with the Ukraine, Bahrain, Hussein, anyone who has money. He likes money. I like money too. I think Kamala Harris is a liar. She said she was bussed, and everyone knows that she wasn't bussed as a kid, and her parents don't like the fact that she smokes marijuana. So Kamala, if you're listening, come on over, we'll smoke a joint together and hang out in my backyard. Yeah, she's the kind of woman I could probably integrate into my political strike force. Yeah, she's seemingly an intelligent woman. She did a lot of things for California, but how much of that growth came from sacrificing her family's approval? I don't know. And how much she did for, to get where she got? I don't know that either. You know, how did she elevate so fast in the California government? What was her method? I want to know that. Did she perform sex acts on Willie Brown? Is that what you're saying? I can't verify that. Do you have photographs? Then let's not slander her or libel her, because I can't verify that. Yeah. Hey, Kamala, look at my sky at those chemtrails. Yeah, she doesn't really want to talk about chemtrails, and most of the people in the Democratic Republican Party don't want to talk about the very thing that's being dumped on our heads every day. I mean, who wants to talk about this? Chemies in the air, chemical toxic nanoparticles in the air, Yeah, so we're breathing this crap every day. But the Democrats, they think we're going to use this method to block the sun. Yeah, how are you going to clean up the air? We're going to pollute it. Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, so that's something they want to do. You see how mindless this world has become? Well, let's be clear. David, Barack Obama. Is it time to take your mind off things? Let's take a look and a gander at a guy who doesn't care about anything, and he's made $14 million on YouTube.
Hey, do you ever wonder, like, what is going on? I mean, like, do you ever, like, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
So you could become an airhead and get lots of YouTube hits and become really, really rich. And moral of the story is, don't have an opinion because they'll censor you. Don't have a belief. Don't even stand for anything. Just be an airhead. Is it true that Elizabeth Warren was a teacher for only 1 year? Why does she keep claiming she was a teacher for 15 plus years? I guess she's accounting her professorialship as a minority professor, even though she's a white woman. Adam Schiff has funny looking eyes. I've often wondered if Adam Schiff is a mongoloid or Down syndrome. He may also suffer from the dreaded disease, Graves syndrome that people get, where their eyes bulge out. I'm frozen. Okay, refresh everyone. Yeah, I think that Adam Schiff may very well be, suffering from that disease of the hyperthyroidism, possibly. I'm not a doctor, but endocrinologist, but yeah, it does seem like his eyes are out of whack, and his hair plugs aren't working either. So he may want to go back to his hair plugs therapist. But did you know that he's a relative of George Soros, and that George Soros financed his campaign? Now, Dave, I'm afraid I want to make sure that I'm mocking you on this one. So I'm mocking you, Dave. So don't misquote me like Donald did, okay? I'm mocking you. It's Dave being mocked. Anyway, it was foolish of him to mock Trump about the Ukrainian issue. It really was. I mean, Trump literally took him. Well, he took him literal. He believed everything he said, and then he said, "Oh, that's a lie." Anyway, we'll have to navigate around that one. While the Republicans are formally announcing Orwellian pre-crime program, they're also launching a lawsuit against the investigation into Donald Trump. And that's absurd, considering the Russian involvement with Donald Trump was first revealed by the State Department, and they were the ones that raised a red flag, not some innocent little woman who happened to be writing some sort of an article about Michael Flynn and handed it to the FBI. The Republicans think this is the culprit, and that this innocent woman is somehow the cause of the whole Russian investigation. It's absurd. According to their documents, the FBI lawyer, Lisa Page, edited General Michael Flynn's 302 report, then lied to the DOJ about the edits. General Flynn's lawyer, Sidney Powell, filed a motion on Thursday night revealing that General Flynn was indeed set up by the FBI with an ambush, damaging leaks, and altered 302 reports. Bottom line, though, is Michael Flynn admitted he was working for Russia, so it's a win-win for us if the woman made a mistake on her paperwork. We got a Russian agent out of the national security position as advisor to the president for 24 days. I mean, the Republicans should be thanking us. The American people have a better government because of that.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. But picking a fight with her is ridiculous. But the Republicans are going after that. That's their next big move. Trump is building a war room even though he has no credible defense strategy. And Warren has gotten essentially a 7% lead over Biden by offering to take over everybody's debt for student loans. $800 billion she wants to underwrite for all the people that took out student loans. And those people that didn't, oh, you're screwed. Yeah, you're screwed. You didn't get the free money Elizabeth Warren wants to give everybody now that she cheated, claiming she's a Cherokee Indian to get free money and a free job and her $8 million in net worth. If Elizabeth Warren was a good person, she'd turn all that money in her net worth over to the Cherokee Native Americans. That would be the smartest thing to do, and give it all to the tribe that she doesn't belong to. Misanthropy was just telling the truth.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, people are tuning in to the fact that we've been knocked off, cut back. All our shows have censors, DDoSers, and everything else going at us. So we just deal with it on a daily basis. And Cannibal's husband suggested we should get Dr. Laura to call in. All right. Thanks.
Maybe he'll stop doing the frozen thing now that it's me on the screen. Okay. I'm here. I think I need I was thinking of dyeing my hair. Do I need to dye my hair? Maybe a little bit, true. It looks pretty good, but it's really frizzy. I need a lot of conditioner in my hair. Candle, the privacy-friendly smart home. Ooh. I know you're all about privacy, which is good. It's good. My parents just got bought into the whole Echo thing. Do we have to choose between privacy and convenience? Candle is a privacy-focused smart home demonstrator. Prototypes prove it's technically possible to build a privacy-respecting smart home while maintaining convenience. It's being developed by a collective of designers, artists, privacy experts from Amsterdam. The main goal is raising awareness. They're also interested in working with partners to bring these innovations to market. The project is funded by the Dutch Fund for the Creative Industries and has received EU funding through the Sherpa Research Program for Ethical AI. Oh no, I didn't. My dad just got off of he had a procedure done, so I will tell him about that though. So he's recovering from that. Yeah, I agree. If you're connected to the internet, I would think your smart devices could be hacked. do wonder if there's some way to connect your devices to an intranet that's not connected to the internet. Okay. Candle is cloudless. Your data never leaves your home. Respectful. Family and friends shouldn't feel watched or profiled in your home. Some of the devices can generate fake data. Open source to make devices more transparent and trustworthy. All the source code is freely available. Hackable. Candle supports local voice control. It's interesting. More secure because their devices do not use Wi-Fi to communicate and do not connect to the internet by default. They're more difficult to hack. You can create, and it's DIY friendly, you can recreate Candle by buying and assembling the parts yourself. The guides make it easy to do. No soldering or... Yeah, I don't want to learn how to solder. No soldering or programming is required. Oh, I like this whole thing about, I do like this idea of the anemone. Disconnect your home's internet when you're asleep or away. I actually gave that as advice for parents, like if your kids are at home alone, maybe they shouldn't have access to the internet. The devices have skirts. Can I make sure he gets it? I'll open it.
I believe that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Really? Well, that was in May of 2012. Intel Inside is the same as NSA Inside. Ooh, Intel Management Engine. Oh, sorry. The Intel Management Engine is constantly sending information or on computers. It's noticeable on laptops because it drains their batteries. that's happening. I'm reading an article I don't want to read out loud. Intel Management Engine AMD has their own version, also secretive, runs its own operating system on a chip called Minix, which has access to keystrokes, screen, disks, network data. What is it storing and what is it doing with this information? For large companies, thousands of notebooks and desktops, this is a huge cost, which is unauthorized. Intel, AMD, or anyone else do not have permission to turn on a device component after you switched it off and utilize electricity that you pay for. This would be theft. If enough people are aware of this, it will lead to class action suit because of the unauthorized electrical usage could be millions of dollars per year for the large companies. The Intel Management Engine has a field which allows for the management engine to be disabled as part of the high assurance platform. The high assurance platform was developed by the National Security Agency, the NSA. Users currently don't have an easy and reliable method to turn off or disable the management engine. What does the NSA have to do with Intel and AMD processors? Is it a backdoor that's always open, or is it storing and sending data as part of bulk data retention? They don't currently have an answer. Many have just learned to accept the battery drain. Well, but there is a way to turn off the Intel Management Engine. Alright, welcome back, Bingalitis. That isn't interesting. If you're not using something, you don't leave it plugged in. That's smart. And you just use a desktop, not a laptop. Because if you use a laptop that's charged, it just uses it till your battery's gone. Oh, it's that video you gave me is from a bunch of speeches. It's a good clip. He changes his views a whole bunch. Dave thinks Obama is with Michael Obama, so it would be interesting for him to decide if Obama is just a liar. Yeah, your electric company wants you to leave everything plugged in so they can charge you for the electricity. Yeah, it does seem sometimes like they're like, and this is your CPU, this is your central processing unit, your CPU, usually made by Intel or AMD, and I'm like, well, how does that work? Oh yeah, that's true. Intel, intelligence company, agency, the company. I don't know. Good question about David and his smoothies. Oh, it could. Yeah, that's what it is. It's a coffee grinder, not smoothies. Got my hopes up and everything. That's okay. I'll probably have a. I do have a drumstick in the freezer. It's weird as well, there's only 2 x86 CPU manufacturers in the world. I'm reading through the comments on that Reddit post. That's a good point. Any company that even as much as emulates x86 or x86-64 will be sued by Intel and AMD. The government wants control over your CPU. It's too precious for them to lose it. They're too scared of people being able to use many different CPU brands with the possibility that there's not a backdoor engine. Right now the future is ARM. Has less licensing and monopoly headaches. More CPU manufacturers on ARM. If 99% of the people joined ARM CPU makers in a legal fight against Intel and AMD, they could have emulated the x86 or x86-64 on ARM and run Windows on ARM CPU chips. Pinebook Pro is ARM. Hardware kill switches? Wow. What does ARM stand for? One guy says ARM has a lot of issues, not as bad as the x86 architecture, but they're not friends of open source. In fact, their trust zone stuff will be used to implement DRM, which could be used as a backdoor later. This person says the future is actually IBM's RISC-V based processors, which are very promising and can be fully open source. Are stupider people happier in general? Maybe. Probably. They don't have to think about their feelings that much. So, probably. Anything after 2010 is doomed, somebody said. Oh, you're looking at free games. The only way to prevent radio waves from reading all Android smartphones can pick up sound waves even with the smartphone off. The only way to prevent it is wrapping it in aluminum foil and storing it as in the freezer. Wow. Oh, got it. Good to know. Don't do Epic Games. Okay. Okay. You can turn off your PC's location, then go to Outlook, account settings, check your location. Even if it's turned off, you'll find it in real time on the map. Wow. Alright, anyway. Yeah, maybe everyone was kicked out of the chat again. There's no way to tell when they're kicked out. Mark just comes in and starts kicking everybody out. But he leaves you. Interesting, misanthropy. Why would he leave you and kick everyone else out? Do. Strange. Alright, and then Twitch. I'm sorry, Twitch people, that I don't look at your chat. The 3 Twitch people that are there. And then David will say, where did Twitch go? Well, somewhere else, because you never look at their chat. Because he has it on the same tab as his Periscope show. Anyway. All right.
Okay, I'm running a load washing machine.
Yeah.
Making coffee, so thank you very much for your time.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Now you can go watch a show or something, maybe Amazing Race.
I have been.
That might be fun.
Continue to do that.
Yeah. All right, thank you. You look like you're tired, like you've had a full week. You need a rest.
This one is some compiled video of Obama's views on same-sex marriage. Like at the beginning, he's like, "I believe in I believe marriage is between a man and a woman," and then how his views change.
I've heard that. Yeah, I've heard that. He morphed into whatever people wanted him to do.
In the video, he says you should never have to look over your shoulder for being gay in America, as if he experienced it. He did.
Now, a lot of you have experienced coming into the chat room over and over again, having to refresh just to get in here, and the access point to this chat room is horrible. And we're sorry about that, but this has been an ongoing censorship factor, which I've been battling with for 5 years now.
Mm-hmm.
So keep hanging in there. If you want other chat rooms, we always post them at Third Party on Twitter, like Periscope and now Twitch. Thanks, Sarah. Have a good evening. Get some rest. She works so hard during the week and she needs to rest, you know. Enjoy yourself. So, yeah, I've got my my hairdo here. People are saying, Dave, you're wearing a wig. No, I'm just wearing a bang here. That's what bangs look like. The video you sent, Obama says you should never have to look over your shoulder for being gay in America, as if he experienced it. Crazy. Yeah, well, we always knew Barack Obama was homosexual. We heard from Larry Sinclair that he, you know, had sex with him in a limousine, and we don't want to go there, do we?
But I also detest the sort of bashing and vilifying of gays and lesbians because I think it's unduly divisive.
And especially considering he is gay. He said he lusted after his professor in college, not once, but twice. Now, I don't know what that means, lusting after your professor in college. The professors I had in college, you wouldn't want to lust over. I'll never forget the guy in Western Civilization and Technology. Oh my gosh. He read out of a book for 3 hours at a droll pace, like monotone. And then the fourth quarter of the year, the opinions of various people were given. I mean, it's like insane. We sat there for 3 hours every single session. Nobody wanted to go to his class. How could you lust after a professor? Yep, he's gay with Michelle. Well, yeah, Michelle is a dude. And I...
Hey, do you ever wonder, like...
if Michelle Obama is a dude? Yeah, I do. Take a look at this video here of Michelle at Ellen DeGeneres swinging around and dancing. And I'm going to try to just make it as simple as possible for you by enlarging the area that is in question. This particular scene had a lot of gyrations in the pelvis and sent the body in motion. And when something like that's floating around between the pants of a woman, you got to wonder, nah, that's not appropriate. And someone said, oh no, that's a microphone. No, she's got an Adam's apple too. And that... like I've got an Adam's apple. Yep. He's gay with Michelle. I'll play the video. You want me to play it right now? I just put it in the lineup for tonight. Oh, hello there, Mitchell. Mitchell, 1 hour ago. Yeah, we got a few people over there at Cool Rock Party watching. 3 people are watching the Michelle video right now. I'm watching you watching it. There you go. You're about 5 seconds off from the rest of our show. There's a delay with Twitch. Yeah, I know. Mark let 2 people in the room. I wouldn't doubt it. He's trying to, you know, our biggest nights are Friday nights. And he's trying to cull them down and blow as many people away as he can from getting in here with his capacity server screen thing. And eventually people get frustrated they can't come in the show. It's so tiring. I want to go into a different background and experience what that's like. But right now, the people in California don't even have the luxury of having lights, camera, action. Yeah. They have no electricity. California is pretty much without electricity, and 2.5 million people are affected right now. And does it prove that fires are prevented? No. Fires are still going on across the state. Yeah, it didn't make any difference that they shut the electricity off, because the people that run the electricity, they don't care. PG&E is run and underwritten by the Rothschild family and the Carlyle Group. They underwrote the PG&E software stock. Yeah. That's right. PG&E was told to pretend that they caused the fire so that they could have a lawsuit and then get out of Chapter 11 with a restructured plan and higher rates for all of you people in California. Yeah, California. Yeah, I remember that. It has been a long time, but California is starting to drift into the background. I've been there. It was 20 years ago I lived in California. 25 years ago I lived there. For 35 years. I'm almost 60, yeah, I know. Hey, check this out. Arctic permafrost is thawing fast. That affects us all. Should I get my Greta face on? How dare you! I was going to dress as Donald Trump for the upcoming Halloween, but more like Trump gone wild. I'm thinking if that might be the best way, like Mr. Impeachment Trump, you know? And then I thought, well, what an endearing face Greta has, and, you know, why not just be Greta? I gotta be me, I've gotta be Greta. La da 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 da. How dare you? How dare you, David, make fun of me? The Arctic permafrost is thawing fast, and that affects us all. How dare you? As the frozen ground warms much faster than expected, it's reshaping the landscape and releasing carbon gases that fuel global warming. Ooh, ooh. It's serious. Ooh, I'm so scared. Ooh. How dare you? Okay, enough Greta. I think we played that joke over 50 times. Your power bill is $18 now. It used to be $10. They doubled your rate. Yeah, I know. Here you were getting away with a $10 a month electric bill. I mean, that's unheard of. And I also believe that we've got problems over at Mark Vaughn has purchased some sort of a deal with iBlog. It looks like they're trying to shut us down completely. Yeah. Well, we knew that they would raise the rates. Yeah, iBlog, you know, it's not like it's a promoted network, too. There's not a lot of people who actually know about iBlog. That's another factor. An ecologist by training tossed a woolly mammoth bone on the pile he was squatting in mud along the cool, wide Kolyma River below a towering cliff of crumbling earth. It was summer in eastern Siberia, far above the Arctic Circle, in that part of Russia that's closer to Alaska than to Moscow. There wasn't a speck of frost or snow in sight, yet at this cliff, called Dubny Yar, the Kolyma had chewed through and exposed what lies beneath a layer of frozen ground or permafrost that is hundreds of feet deep and warming fast. Whoa. Yeah, and you know, with the carbon dioxide blowing to the surface, God forbid it ignites like this, because it is a potent greenhouse gas. But it can tip it can be the Greta Thunberg reality could take place if we are on that slope. So I'm not discounting her concern. I just believe that she needs to recognize that we're being sprayed like a bunch of insects. Yeah, we're being literally turned into sprayland, and our government won't even acknowledge these things are happening. It'd be nice if the government would just say, yes, we are taking care of the chemtrails. We'll be handling the chemtrails as one of the priorities for my administration. I mean, if only Donald Trump would say that. But no, we've got to continually have chemicals blast into the air. And even the White House is not immune to these things. Used to game way more back then, so my power use was dropped. Oh, okay. There you go. Well, there you go. You definitely are saving power, I'll tell you. Good luck. You got an unbelievably low rate, Misanthropy. And thanks for hanging out, being my only chatter tonight. Friday's normally a really busy night, and we know that people are being kept out of the chat room. So if you are having a problem, you know, we've got spin-off chat rooms all over the place. Let me put our Twitch it does seem like Misanthropy's right. People are being kicked out. I'm going to put Twitch on the screen. You can check it out. It's the easiest way to get into our show, and we could certainly use some new chatters over there. Yeah, it's something easy to remember. It's twitch.com/coolrockparty. There it is. Yeah, it shouldn't be that complicated. Although you may have to join Twitch. You never know. I think they require that. Yeah, the other video like streaming across. Let me do that. Let me get rid of the chemtrails. And then just stream the other links too. Well, this is actually your best link is Twitch. And of course, if you can't see us at Cool Rock, go to coolrock.com. $18 a month is nothing. In Illinois, there's a $22 delivery charge every month plus your electric charge. Your bill's $5 a month, $150 in the summer, and because of air conditioning. Right, Chris. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, you go do your chores. Yeah, don't mind me. I'm just going to labor with the chat attack that's been going on. Let me check my numbers at Vaughn. It does seem like he's putting the screws down, like they're telling him, hey, we play you a lot of money, Mr. What is your name, Vaughn? Yeah. You gotta wonder. We want results, you know? This guy, David, is getting too many people on Friday nights, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, normally it's our busy night. So something's not up right. No, something's not right here in River City. And I'm going into the Vaughn chat room right now. I'm going to look at it. Yeah, we got 36 guests, so it's kind of light there too. Yeah, I know a lot of electric companies are now upping their charges to $20 a month for delivery, $17.50 typically. Everybody's ripping everybody off now. It's like a mad rush for more money. So Nikola Tesla's documents supposedly have been released, and this site says you can download them, but I tried to go and download them, I couldn't. Alien Star. Here's the supposed rebuild of a technology that Tesla developed. And people don't know what it's for. They think that, are they going to actually reboot Tesla's projects? And sure enough, we've got a YouTube video tonight. Tesla technology has been revived.
Then it was really only afterwards that we really figured out what was going on with this place. And it turns out it did make it into the news 2 days after we saw it on October 1st.
A strange-looking tower that's gone up just west of the highway.
The news team, Central Texas 25 ABC, just so happened to do a report on this tower 2 days after we saw it. And based on this news report, it's apparent that this tower's been up for a good year and a half.
When did you first notice that thing going up behind you?
About a year and a half ago.
Of course, people in the area have been talking about it and wondering what it is.
Yeah, what is it really? I mean, you got to wonder. Okay, we're going to turn that thing off. We've got a few people who have already found our Twitch room. Hey guys, thanks for coming in. It's crazy all the different things happening here. Yeah, you can get us various networks right now, but we are being DDoSed pretty hard. That's a concerted effort to keep people out of our room. We've identified the source as Vaughn. Yeah. Yeah, the Vaughn network. But at least we have another option for chatting, which is available. Well, let's be clear. I'm not sure if Trump is going to resign in the next 6 months, but I get the feeling he will have to. I would hope that the Republicans could put up a strong enough fight to get this, to get a really strong review of the corruption in the Biden court. We know that Biden has got some major issues that are turning out to be shady deals with various shady companies like Burisma, and I appreciate the Republicans turning up the dirt and getting this all brought to light, but that alone won't defend Trump if indeed he is being quoted by many people as having done a trade quid pro quo with a country like Ukraine over dirt on his opponent. I'm reading various people's sites. Hi, hello there, Mitchell. Yeah. So we got a few people over there in the Cool Rock Party that are watching as well. So this is a Tesla coil that's out in the middle of Texas. Yeah. And we've got a picture of it right behind me here. Very strange. We'll definitely be watching this tonight. Tesla technology has been revived. Wow. Okay, here's an interesting little, like, weird juxtaposition. When Facebook is being interviewed by the Democrats, the panel are so into the corporate structure of Facebook and basically support it so much that they own Facebook stock. Very clear-cut example of potential conflict of interest. Just one of those crazy things about the U.S. Congress that we all know and love. Members can hold stock in companies they oversee on their committees. There's never been a law that says they can't. So as the House Financial Services Committee questioned Facebook CEO Mark Zuckerberg got underway last Wednesday, a number of observers pointed to a new report that shows 4 of the committee's Democratic members own stock in the social media giant. While there's no evidence of corruption, well, leaving Zuckerberg to do whatever he wants, that's corruption. This stock ownership is a clear-cut example of potential conflict of interest. Nancy Pelosi, whose venture capitalist husband owns as much as $1.1 million in Facebook stock. So Nancy Pelosi's husband is a big Facebook stock owner, $1.1 million. And she has a big, big portfolio. She has about $120 million. Nancy does. Yeah. Clearing my docket, making room for tonight. Google says it's achieved quantum supremacy, a computing milestone. I watched this video last night for Technology Thursday. I wasn't that impressed. A bunch of technologists believe that they're speeding up the computer's function and they've reached a higher level of computing speed. It's arguable whether it's going to manifest or not. And this story from Alex Jones, an InfoWars. Austin, a homeless being implanted with trackable microchips. A program rolled out in Latin America and 3 world countries, now coming to Texas. So I wonder if this microchipping has anything to do with this Tesla coil. You're not going to believe this. Now, I'm not Alex Jones. Believe it or not, I'm David Sponheim pretending to be Alex Jones. Big difference. Yeah, so there you go. And anybody really want to talk about something kind of fun? Let's talk about Hillary and the connection to human trafficking and the pizza parlor that she ordered a $9,000 pizza from. Excuse me, an $11,000 pizza from. It's a story of Hillary Clinton, who was busy with her children and fun. Bill Clinton had some money invested, and she decided to get involved. It's a story. Hey, I should maybe do Clinton. Yeah, I have a lot of similar features. Then it would be a transgender show, wouldn't it? Yeah, so I think Misanthropy nailed it on the head there. We are being knocked down on Friday night. We're not sure what's happening, but there's a lot of people not checking in. Yeah, we're just watching what's going on. It's kind of an interesting interplay, because we've got venues for you to get into, but every one of the venues could be keeping people out too. That's right. Periscope is controlled by Twitter. Twitch is controlled by Capital Gain. Capital Gain is good friends with Mark. iVlog, we don't know who owns iVlog. So we could be purposely being held back in every area we're broadcasting. You are the first ever chap I've ever seen on you. Bro, you are the first ever chap I've ever seen on you. You look like Bush if he's cooler. Yeah, I kind of do. George W. I tend to believe I'm more like George H.W. He had a distinctive face. A little more square jaw, but still. 1,000 points of light. No quid pro quo. George Bush. We lost George Bush recently, yeah? Those are the days. Very similar in the upper face here. 1,000 points of light. A new world odor. You're right, I look like him. George H. was, you know, they called George W. the scrub in the family. And George H.W. didn't even believe his son would graduate Yale and be part of the Chapter 32 too, Skull and Bones. Yeah, he was. George H.W. Bush actually made a mistake by not going all the way. I think Norman Schwarzkopf could have gone on and taken care of Iraq and other countries beyond that if he just had faith from the president. Norman Schwarzkopf could have gone the distance and said he had to pull back because George H.W. was more of a bureaucrat. We had him in the clinches right there, Saddam Hussein. Hey, let's take a look at, we got a link from Scissor Fight. Hey, it is. It's coming up. Well, let's be clear. Here we go.
We've secured the oil, and therefore a small number of U.S. troops will remain in the area where they have the oil. And we're going to be protecting it, and we'll be deciding what we're going to do with it in the future. And any of...
Yeah. All the world's a stage is going to do an in-depth study of Syrian withdrawal reversal. We stay and take and steal the oil? Yeah, when Trump found out we had to guard the oil, who profits from the oil? Could I get in on that profit? Can we build a Trump hotel near Damascus? Could I profit from that too? Yeah, you got to wonder if he's going to offer to build a Damascus Trump hotel. Bashar al-Assad and Vladimir Putin and I are working on building a hotel in Damascus called the Bashar al-Assad Donald Trump Tower, where he will have a penthouse suite and have a $50 million, and Vladimir Putin will be right next door. And we'll be all together, we'll have a threesome, Bashar, me, and Vladimir. Why are we in Syria in the first place? That's exactly right, Chris. You know, I was the architect of the withdrawal process, but I didn't want to leave the Kurds with nothing. So that's a good video. That's a 5-minute video we've got lined up for Syrian withdrawal. That's right. I'll tell you what's on the docket tonight. We got that, and the Mars rover took a selfie. Another repeat of that one. That's a big movie. Yeah. I work in the IT industry in support, and I've come across notebooks at various customer sites that drain batteries while switched off. The notebooks are manufactured by different vendors and span generations from current to pretty old. 8 years old is the oldest. What is happening is that a client will fully charge their notebook and place it in their bag. A couple days later, when they try to turn their notebook on, they find the battery is either completely drained or barely has any juice in it. At first, we suspected faulty batteries or the OS not properly shutting down, but that turned out not to be the case. The units were properly shut down with good batteries, and the issue still occurred. Many steps were taken to fix the issue, from BIOS updates to full clean operating system installations. The issue persisted across all vendors. It's actually from Syria. Yes, from Syria. No, I'm the architect of it, yes. But I wanted real safe zones, and I created the idea, as opposed to the fake stuff that Donald is doing with Putin. I wanted real safe zones. Yeah. And Trump completely took my idea and used the word safe zones, and he has for about 4 years now. But I created the idea in 2009. It's much more involved than just creating a safe zone. After numerous troubleshooting and testing, we came to the conclusion that the batteries were being drained by Intel Management Engine. How do we know this? We rolled back the Intel Management driver in Windows 10 to an older, unsupported driver. This stopped the battery drain, but caused a huge boot delay, which was a pre-boot. To clarify, yeah. We currently don't have a solution to our customers. Most have just learned to accept battery drain. So why is Intel communicating with their source files using your battery and God knows what link to the internet? Are they watching every one of us? I wouldn't doubt if they are. They have absolute control over every one of your laptops and peripherals. None of you, even the ones with Linux struck on it, probably have control because of Intel processors. Oh my God! How dare you! No, I'm not a big Coca-Cola fan. Nor am I a Pepsi fan. I don't like sugar water. I recommend a flavored fruit juice with filtered water additions. I think sugar water is going to kill America. But I'm not willing to tax it with a luxury tax like the Democrats. No, I had a plan in 2010 to get out of Syria, and I orchestrated that plan on our show. I'm pretty much a guy who's been doing a regular anti-war rally to get us out of Syria for the past 9 years. People have seen our show on Saturdays. We know that the primary goal is to pull out of Syria. But it wasn't to leave the Kurds with nothing either. I was going to offer the Kurds a large swath of land in South Dakota. And we were going to call it Kurds Dakota. And they could have like a casino there, make some money. Or Kurd Dakota. There's a lot of barren Black Hill Mountain out there that we could easily move on to the Kurds. Yeah, so I was going to give them a safe haven as we evacuated that region. Or we could build a safe zone for them right there at the border. But the safe zone concept is, again, much more involved than, oh, I created a safe zone with Vladimir Putin on the phone the other day. We've got it all worked out. It's all very good, very safe zone. Well, I got to tell you, Froggy, my idea to getting our troops home is Trump's idea, and I applaud Trump's effort to get our troops home. Unfortunately, he's not getting our troops home. No, it's not impressive. I'm the brains behind the inner engine of daily life. The best way I can describe myself is I am pure truth. And when I speak, I'm actually giving you an assessment that is evolving over time, over a macro model which was developed inductively by me with years of predictions. I actually walked up to Milton Friedman in 1978. I walked up to Milton Friedman in 1978 and argued with him for 15 minutes in front of a bunch of grad students in econ. And I gave him a run for his money. Milton Friedman, the award-winning Nobel Prize economist that built the monetaristic system we have today. And I told him in 1978, in 30 years, we're going to be experiencing a burst in a bubble. And it was right to the date that I nailed it, right on the .com, or excuse me, the subprime loan debacle occurred right around 2008. And now I predict we will see a deflationary trend in the stock market after this cycle with the president. Whoever gets the presidency will inherit a sinking stock market, whether we like it or not. He didn't have the Nobel Prize at the time, but I asked him key questions, and hear me out. I'm not trying to brag myself up here. I asked him, what did he really plan for America when machines begin to take over? I brought up automation in 1978 to him. And he said, in his old whiny voice, the free market will solve that. Yeah, well, that's not just a prediction. I actually predicted the mixed economy that we have today. But I predicted in 30 years after 78, it would bubble out. Anyway, I asked him, what about, we didn't even know what the word outsourcing was, but what if our labor is going over to cheaper areas? Back in outsourcing, in 78, we didn't even talk about outsourcing. Anyway, he said, what happens when foreign countries offer labor for $1 a day and we're charging $10 an hour or something big like that? And he said, the free market will solve that problem. The same answer. I asked him a couple more questions, and every one of his answers was the same. The free market will solve everything. What free market? I have some prenatal memories. I do. I do have prenatal memories, yeah. I didn't want to bring it up, but since you went there, I might as well tell you. Memories stretched across the brazier of my mind. Memories. Free market trade. Yeah, whatever happened to free market trade, whatever that is. Now you've got Ocasio pitching some sort of a socialist concept where we all own a piece of the pie, but she has no clue as to how we're going to somehow break up corporations. No, I'm an average person, no special treatment. I'm treated just like everyone else. It's not my fault I have so many intelligent thoughts. It's actually a hindrance. It's a burden. Most people could never comprehend the things that I typically understand. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to explain things the way they are. I am pure truth, after all. Wang doesn't mean well. He's stealing an idea I came up with, a basic plan of giving people money per month. He's a thief. Yang is a thief. He stole an idea, a basic income idea, which I literally created in 2012. No one talked about a universal basic income prior, except for maybe Richard Nixon. Hey, dude, we don't need you here. We're going to take you out of the show because I'd rather have empty air than your sickening mouth chatting with me. You vile piece of dog crap. Woof. Yeah, boy, we got a real loser over there. Hey, what happened to Shepard Smith could happen to anybody. Victims of homosexual battery, or I should say abuse. He was pretty much carried out of the offices that he himself started 30 years before by the security force. They escorted him out. And only because he simply backed Andrew Napolitano's view that Donald Trump should be impeached. And it's kind of sad that something like Fox calling it fair and balanced is really just unfair and really unbalanced. That's one of the guys I liked, not because he's gay, because I'm not gay, but because he really had insightful views about Trump that were fair and balanced. So now there's no tether controlling the unrelenting mindlessness of Trump support at Fox, led by the all-time liar of the world, Sean Hannity, who openly said he didn't have he never had Michael Cohen for a lawyer, and a week later it came out in a lawsuit that Michael Cohen was his lawyer. And Fox didn't fire Sean Hannity, they fired a guy who was a good guy. And what's really weird is that Shepard Smith can't even get into a news show as a competitive journalist because he signed a deal that he can't even do competitive work now. Now that means he wanted out bad. He's willing to give up another competitive job somewhere with all of his esteem and all of his, he must have a lot of money saved up or something. He's not allowed to do anything. He's off the show. He can't even talk. He signed a contract with him that he may have to adhere to. I don't know. He may not even be able to tweet. Matt Lauer was always very fragile. He had so many weird things going on. Me Too allegations Matt Lauer had. Charlie Rose had the Me Too things too, yeah. A lot of these guys sit in the chair and they think they can just, grab ass. Yeah, he literally shut his own ability to speak back off just to get out of the contract he was in. I think that he bailed them because if security had to be taken out and brought in to get him off the set, something happened. All I can say is it doesn't look fair to me. I hardly ever watched his show in that I don't get cable news. I don't have cable TV, but tonight we got another show from our UK poster that looks pretty good. It's called Phone Hackers, Britain's Secret Surveillance.
He'll be able to read you. We've heard that police are using IMSI catchers to keep track of large demonstrations.
So they're tuning in to the police surveillance of any activity going on socially. We'll play that tonight. Any abridgment of our freedom. Always a problem. And the 737 MAX mess is still, again, in the hands of Boeing, trying to solve a redundancy issue so that they can make sure that it would never happen. But it does look more and more after reading the background information on Boeing's involvement that they weren't really clear with the fact that they didn't have the system up and running, and they didn't explain to pilots that they only had 3 seconds to respond. That's all they had is 3 seconds to respond where your plane is going like this. And most of the pilots could only get to it within 11 seconds. So the planes went down because Boeing expected the pilots to respond in 3 seconds to a plane going like this. And once it's in this position, it's head on right into the ground. We know that Chile is having some uprisings. They always have. There typically have been communist rebellions down there and large protests, rebellions of people in Chile and most of South America for the past 80 years. Any other news, I can't really give you any updates. I'm not a person who wants to get involved in South American politics. I will make sure the CIA has its wings clipped down there any way I can. I'm not trying to gain access to foreign markets like that. I think our country could do very well with just North America. What's going on with Mexico is certainly enough to keep us busy. So I don't think Chile is as important to America's interests as you might think. Can we go down there and enforce fairness and the way people are treated? No, we're not the policemen of the world. Donald Trump has that rhetoric down pat. I mean, I created the rhetoric. I talked about it for years. Now Donald Trump is spewing the rhetoric, and it works. He's winning over some voters, by the way. But will he be impeached, and will he try to run again? I mean, no one's ever had a person impeached and then try to get back in the race the next year. The closest I would say was Teddy Roosevelt when he decided to give up his second term or third term and decided to run as a Bull Moose Party candidate. Teddy Roosevelt, I think, had 2 terms. Let me double check. Yep, he had 2 terms. He served from September 1901 to March of 1909. But they said that he had the option of running a 3rd time, and he turned it down, and then obviously Woodrow Wilson took over, and that's why we have the Federal Reserve. But Teddy Roosevelt was a really amazing guy. He read like a book a day. Ironically, I do look a lot like Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah, it just I feel a certain kinship with him. I'm not sure how to describe it, but you know, not FDR, but the guy before FDR. The guy who built our railroads and kept the mines fair and got workers' rights. The guy that established huge areas of land to protect our country. Yeah. He was behind many of the national parks that we have. He was with the Rough Riders. They beat a huge war in Cuba. They were very successful. But as you can see, I look a lot like this guy. My fellow Americans, I'm not like a young whippersnapper like this Sponheim. But I'm ready to help the American people. Build technology. Begin again. Start the industry and begin American production again. We can do it, my fellow Americans. It's not too late. Sorry. Yeah, so anyway. It's kind of fun doing the show with myself. Yeah, we don't know what happened. We believe that the site it was virtually shut down by Mark. It was slammed hard. So you have a thing for a 2020 forecast map? Okay. Yeah, this looks like the spread. Democratic enclaves and controlled areas are good to go. The big swing states for 2020 will be Michigan and Wisconsin. Now you put Wisconsin in the blue and you put Michigan in the blue. That went for Donald in the past election, so you may be a little off there. Virginia could swing in either direction. But these are pretty solid. North Carolina very rarely goes to the Democrats. Missouri, mostly Republican, the show me state. Oklahoma might go Republican too. It depends on how many people are really worried about same-sex operations in Oklahoma. With the high number of STDs, you got to wonder. Okay, Texas. Right. Yeah, I think you're pretty close. It'll be a close race no matter who races against him. Thanks. Thanks for the memories. You have another one? Wait. Tracking Trump, the president standing across the country. Morning consultant gives the political intelligence report. Tracking Trump. 5,000 registered voters across the United States. Approval by state. Yeah, possibly. I think this was probably done before the impeachment process started, though. Yeah. Definitely has swing states. This is for September of 2019. Yeah, this is right before the new impeachment poll showed. Fox News said 51% wants impeachment. That's a significant fact that a Republican news channel says that 51% want impeachment. It's a common tactic. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the vote go either way. I don't really care how it goes at this time. I believe I'm so disenchanted with the process and how I've been kept out of the process. And they refuse to actually give me a vocal point in the media. feel like the whole system is stacked against the average American, that none of us have a chance to even ever get hurt. But it's fun to track politics, especially if you're a political junkie. Actually, 2024, Ocasio-Cortez will be running, I believe. Yes, I believe she'll be almost eligible to run for president in 2024. Yeah. So the way the Democrats are stacking her into position to take all the load of the Democratic vote, and because the Democrats don't want to wake up at all, and the Republicans are only alienating the Democrats by, claiming they're all libtards and this and that. So the Democrats, the Democratic leader is more likely to pull Republican votes than the Republican leader is going to pull Democratic votes. That's the problem. Yeah, she'll be 18 by then. But the real issue is Donald Trump driving away the Latino, Hispanic votes. We're talking about 18% to 24% of our population in various areas are minority. So it's becoming a real problem for the Republicans simply because Trump has done so much damage to the minority vote. But that doesn't mean they can't win. The Republicans can't win if they just get their rank and file Republicans to vote for him, like they did in the last election. So I know a lot of people that would have gone either way. In Virginia and New York, they would have easily gone to Hillary if there were no statements by James Comey that Hillary was under criminal investigation. Most people would have voted Hillary, but they swung to Trump. That's how Trump won. It was James Comey that got Trump to win, really. He did the most work for Russia, ironically. The weird thing about the 737 MAX is they tried to explain to the new buyers for the plane. I mean, they didn't put a warning out after the first crash, when they knew full well the system was failing and didn't have a quick fix. So Boeing has done some pretty egregious things by not alerting all of the people in their fleet of the dangers of this particular thing. So I believe that the liability is still going to rest on Boeing in the long run. Boeing is pledging $100 million to aid the families of municipalities. That may just be a drop in the bucket. Because if 346 souls that died had families that all sue in class action internationally, It's a big calculator. Wow. 346 dead people times 1 million. Say $10 million for every person. That's how much a life really is potentially worth, I suppose. That's $3.4 billion. $3.5 billion. So 100 million is not going to cover it. But if they all take like $1 million a piece, that's 350 million, roughly. Yeah, fly at your own risk. Companies buying Supermaxes will probably have to sign a waiver saying, we're purchasing this fully aware that we're never going to be able to sue you because of this terrible problem that you've created. Yeah. I'm absolutely convinced that flying is dangerous. And when I looked at the structure of the plane and analyzed its flight characteristics compared to the Boeing 737 of the 70s, I saw a stark difference between the jets. I'll point it out for you. I did this at the beginning of the show. I don't mind giving you a little discussion here because it's certainly relevant. Okay, you can see this is the 737 MAX, a much longer body, and you'll notice the jet is below the center of gravity, which is kind of strange, giving it more a pivot thrust capability. Yeah, but you see that engine right there, and then you see the Boeing there. The wing area, you can see, covers the entire jet turbine. And the rotors of the new one are much larger, believe it or not. And they have 10% more power. So not only are the new rotors below the center of gravity line that the Celd 737 had, you see how close it is to the center of gravity, the jets? You can see the other Boeing has center of gravity very close to the a lower grade, which gives it more torque when thrusting. Weight going down farther, pulling the nose down farther on this plane versus the Boeing, which is much more elevated, streamlined, and smooth, and had a smaller body. And there is no relative torque because it's displaced over the wingspan, where the torque on the jet engine with that wingspan is ridiculous. Not only is it a mistake from the design perspective, from my perspective, but the attachment right here cannot possibly be very strong. I've seen MD-80s lose their engines with that kind of a fuselage joiner. I have no idea what they were thinking. And putting the jets, which are the heaviest items, so front forward on the center of gravity is here, it's absolutely absurd to think that they were going to actually get these to fly right. So I believe there's structural flaws in this plane that, yes, can be fixed with dual corrections on the MCAS system. But we can't even talk about the MCAS system because it's still top secret, and the government doesn't even want you to know that. So Boeing doesn't want to talk about it. I don't think anybody in the NTSB wants to talk about it. Nobody in the media really cares about it. But the stock market does care, and Boeing stocks have plummeted recently. The MAX put oversized engines to gain fuel efficiency. Aerodynamic went bad, so they added the TCAS system, which failed. And the problem is the MCAS system is the most important in this particular instance because it's in the high angle position, up or down, that it engages. MCAS doesn't run normally. It only runs in the liftoff or takedown situation. So, and the MCAS strictly handles the pitch of the plane, not its velocity, not its structural support. There's all these gyroscopes going on to stabilize a plane, and all of these things overcompensate for how the plane operates with the power of the jet. So I don't know what they were thinking by putting the jet so front forward and down below the center of gravity, and I don't know what they were thinking about separating it from the wing. They should have gone with the concept the 737, the older version, had, where the wing virtually protected the jet, and the jet had total maximum torque potential on the engine, on the vehicle itself. There was no flimsy lift point. I mean, these are mindless decisions that were made by Boeing executives that are making $300,000 a year, sitting in their ass right now from their home going, gee, I just love telecommuting. Could you make me another baked potato, honey? I know I'm gaining weight, but I need 4 more baked potatoes tonight. Yeah, I know these people. They're like walking spuds, potatoes. They're Mr. Potato Heads. They live around me. I know these Boeing people all over the place. I know one guy makes $300,000 sitting from his house, doing nothing. It's mindless, the bureaucracy in my area. I see it firsthand. These people don't have a clue, and they're making tons of money. Boeing needs its wings clipped, pun intended. They should not be allowed to fast-track things, rolling through all of the tests, lightning fast tests that were done up in Vancouver. up in Vancouver, British Columbia. They had to fast track all the tests on that plane. Fast track because they wanted that thing up and running rapidly. Well, that doesn't help the dead people that are now unable to live. 346 people are dead because of the Boeing's desire to fast track the safety factors on that thing. Some of the top experts have contended that Boeing is just, they didn't think this one through. All right, Sandy Hook tragedy turns comedy in CBS News interview.
Say to you when they first cut it, with you? They were immediately crying, you know, petrified of what happened and what did it mean. And I think they're both older than some of the other kids in the school, so understanding what happened. My son was in the gym when it happened, so I think that they heard the gunshots, and so they were immediately crying, you know. They were immediately crying, you know. Understanding what happened. My son was in the gym when it happened, so I think that they heard the gunshots, and so it's
laughing.
Petrified of what happened, and petrified of what happened, and what did it mean? And I think they're both older than some of the other kids in the school, so understanding. Understanding what happened. My son was in the gym when it happened, so I think that they heard the gunshots, and so.
World events do not occur by accident. They are made to happen, whether it is to do with national issues or commerce, and most of them are staged, managed by those who hold the purse strings. Dennis Healey, UK Secretary of State for the Defense from 64 to 70. Wow. He told the truth. Nice quote. And then this quote. The general population doesn't know what's happening, and it doesn't even know that it doesn't know. Noam Chomsky. And the world is a very puzzling place if you're not willing to be puzzled. You just become a replica of someone else's mind. Yeah, another Noam Chomsky quote. All right, nice. And we got more videos about Syria's withdrawal tonight. And the reversal, we're now staying the course to protect the oil. But who owns the oil? The rebel troops own the oil? I mean, no one can spell out who owns the oil that we're protecting in Syria. I've yet to see one solid piece of evidence online telling us who exactly owns that oil and who's profiting from it. But we're spending our troops over there. This is how mindless our failed policy has been in this region. I'm definitely in favor of withdrawal, and I support the idea that Trump is engaged in a withdrawal. But I'm beginning to think he's just doing it for Putin, because he talks about Putin in such a praising way that you got to wonder, is Donald doing this because Putin asked him to do it? Or did Henry Kissinger call him up and say, Donald, I need your help. We want to look like we're angels in Syria. I don't want The Hague to try me. Donald, it's really a new world order. Thank you, Henry. The nose knows. Yeah, so we got other people rearing their ugly, greedy heads on the Democratic side. A woman who openly allowed a woman to tell her that the only way to stop our carbon pollution is to eat babies. Yeah, we saw Ocasio-Cortez speaking in front of a group of people in which a woman brazenly said that the carbon pollution problem is so bad that we have to somehow eat the children. And what really scared me is that Ocasio didn't tell her that's a bad idea and that's illegal and that's murder and cannibalism. She just said, well, that's just we have many solutions to the problem of carbon solution problem, and that's exactly why she shouldn't ever be in charge of anything. She completely showed lack of leadership and didn't even condemn the woman, don't eat the babies, ma'am. I implore you, don't eat the babies. Exclusive. A dad fighting gender transition of a 7-year-old son speaks outright before a gag order. They're trying to shut the father down, trying to protect his son from becoming a girl. This looks good. Thanks, Scissor Fight. Okay, Texas dad Jeffrey Unger has been fighting for the courts to stop ex-wife from gender transitioning their 7-year-old son James. But on October 24th, Dallas Judge Kim Cooks ruled to allow Younger a say in James' medical treatment. Oh, really? Well, that's good. Yeah. But then they have a gag order on him? Okay. Well, it's good he got a chance to speak out to somebody. Thank you. I'll play that a little later as well. Excellent. Well, I don't think she's hot. I think she's incredibly greedy. I think she has that look of socialist greed that you see from people who want to control the people by claiming they are of the people, by the people. Yeah, she's already making, what, $189,000 a year, and she can barely keep track of her finances. She underpaid her staff recently. You heard about that? Anyway, we could talk about other things like Donald Trump's upcoming meeting with China.
China.
Northwest Wisconsin, where I'm from.
It's China to me. China. China, 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 China. You want to buy from China? That's great. Buy from China. Buy toys from China. China in particular. China. China. I have people that I know in China. 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 China.
Hi, this is John.
Okay, we got another guy with a massive chemtrail over his house. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, I can't really spend much time on Ocasio because she is behaving like a complete, utter commie. Evening operations over LA. They're spraying you, man.
In Los Angeles, it's October 24th, 2019. About 6:30 maybe in the evening. I'm not sure. Look at these guys. They're just ruthless, man. They just spray the hell out of us. There's fires going on right now in Canyon Country out there. And what they're spraying here is flammable, of course.
That's true, yeah. It's a flammable product. They're getting everything like an incendiary device. Aluminum and barium are like an accelerant.
And people are not paying attention to any of this. And if you think this is contrails still after all this, you are definitely smoking heroin. Oh, yes, you are. And I want to hit. Look at this, guys.
Unbelievable. Okay, we'll be adding that to our show tonight as well. And we've got that going into chemtrail as well. I title my category chemtrail with a CEM so that the YouTube bot doesn't think I'm saying chemtrail. Yeah, hopefully it'll keep it from banning my playlist. Yeah, pretty smooth, Dave. Hey, I'm all for making sure that China is accountable. And I actually like Pence's statement that he made about China. I'm not sure turning a blind eye to American business is the way to go. But he's made a very forthright statement about China, an almost overly stern position that Pence has taken. But he had to say it. I'm glad he did. He showed his leadership in that particular instance. Honestly, guys, I don't care if Trump has to step down and Pence take over. It couldn't be any worse than Trump right now. A lot of us are threadbare from all of the tweets and responses that are all over the place. Many of you guys just say, yeah, Trump's being picked on. But a lot of us see it like Trump is squirming out of every single thing with a lie on top of another lie. And we're getting tired of it. I'm sure Pence is no different. They've probably got a lot of dirt on him. They can control him through the dirt that they've got on him. But I'm at the point where I'm getting a little tired of Trump, and it's all a hoax, it's all fake news. You know. But we know that Pence is going to push ending of pro-choice issues. And that's not good. That'll piss off the country big time. if China everything's made in China, if China cut this country off, it would become a third world within a week? I don't think so. Not everything is made in China. No. We have strong trading markets in Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea, Japan. Do you think China runs Asia? I mean, hello? Yes, Walmarts will be half empty. And there are a lot of things that require parts made in China, admittedly, but it's not like the world will end. Okay? Anyway, I support Trump's efforts to pull us out of Syria, too. No question about it, unlike the Democrats who want to go against that. I think the Democrats simply want more war. They never even disbarred the war machine. Well, ironically, Barr is working for the New World Order too by installing an Orwellian pre-crime program. Not only is Barr trying to act like he's trying to help support Trump, because of course Barr has been supporting Michael Flynn too, a Russian agent. Barr will support Jeffrey Epstein. His dad hired him to get a job molesting girls. But anyway, William Barr, who really should step down on the Ukrainian issue anyway, he says a recent memorandum authored by attorney William Barr announced a new pre-crime program inspired by the war on terror tactics and is set to be implemented next year. That's right. Last Wednesday, Barr issued a memorandum to all U.S. attorneys, law enforcement agencies, and top-ranking Justice Department officials announcing the imminent implementation of a new national disruption and early engagement program aimed at detecting potential mass shooters before they commit any crime. Per the memorandum, Barr has directed the Department of Justice and the FBI to lead an effort to refine our ability to identify, assess, and engage potential mass shooters before they strike. They described the coming initiatives, slated to be implemented early next year, as an efficient, effective, and programmatic strategy to disrupt individuals who are mobilizing towards violence by all lawful means. Yeah, how that is, I don't know. I mean, is this like the Minority Report where they can predict somebody committing a crime? Okay, they can keep the Russian collusion conspiracy theory alive for years, but just like that, Jeffrey Epstein has vanished into the memory hole, along with Ed Buck and the Las Vegas shooting, the Notre Dame fire, Harvey Weinstein, the churches. Yeah, good point. Yeah, Super Saver is making his point. I hear you, man. Your grandma's been dead since 2004, and you just care about her so much that you want to dedicate all the money you've received through Bitcoin and ill-begotten gains to fight the bastards. Well, that's nice. Thank you for your concern, I guess. I can't believe I'm thanking a person who threatened my life 25 times. Thanks for being here. No, I really I'm offended by what you did. I was hurt that you threatened my life 25 times, so I can't say any of this is good. You're going to do a switch, some sort of a security cam switch? I hear you, man. You did it for your own personal gain. I understand. That's how everybody is, I guess. Now, Betsy DeVos, who gave Donald Trump $9.5 million in bribery money, in my opinion, along with the Republican National Committee, $200 million to become our Secretary of Education, has now been held in contempt for violating a judge's orders on student loans. She's imposing another $100,000 fine for violating an order to stop collecting on student loans and owed by students of a defunct nonprofit college. I thought she was going after their money. Oh, I see. The judge is saying that she can't collect on these deadbeat loans, and she's trying to collect. Oh, I see. These exceedingly rare judicial rebukes of a cabinet secretary came after the Trump administration was forced to admit to the court earlier this year, that it erroneously collected on the loans of some 16,000 borrowers who attended Corinthian colleges despite being ordered to stop doing so. So they've got to pay all these people who have bad loans that were done by a bad institution In the previous law, they have to pay the money back money, and she won't do it. She's probably already spent the money. Oh yeah. She will not be personally responsible for paying the $100,000 in monetary sanctions. The government's going to have to pay it for her. So she's costing us money now. This billionaireess. Unbelievable. And she only has a small degree from a Christian college. And she wants to run our education system and give money away to the Gulen schools that create madrasas that lead to terrorism, which ironically plays right into her brother Eric Prince's business, Academe, which creates mercenaries to stop terrorists. So she's giving the Gulen schools money as charter schools to create terrorists, and they create them so that her brother could have a job fighting them. Nice. We figured that one out. You know, I don't really... people have hung long enough who are Trump supporters. They just don't blatantly talk about Trump as such a great guy. So I keep them in the room. It's not like I openly want people to be Trump supporters. And then, of course, we've got One Pacific Redwood. He's got a show tonight about the evaporation zones in California.
Friday, October 25th, 2019. And we're looking at the Northeast Pacific water vapor loop. We can see we've got a couple of weather systems. This was the jet stream a couple of days ago, and we can see that the high pressure that was installed right along the edge of that jet stream flow has actually helped to create this low. This is a gale force system. This is moving north, and right here we have a 965 millibar storm system right here off the tip of the Aleutian Island chain.
He watches this like a hawk, and he's watching Doppler radar patterns, and it seems like the whole area of California and Oregon generally is evaporated big time. It's not the way it always was. I mean, there were a lot of spaghetti patterns of weather patterns back in the 60s, which had rain going right through California 5 times a year. Typically a year in California, I'd get rain 5 times. And I lived in California for 35 years. And I know the whole regular routine of rain, and it always came down hard. It rains in torrents, right? It never rains in California, but girl, don't let 'em warn you. It pours, man, it pours. It comes down fast. And there's no water reclamation in California, or very little. The aqueduct system was designed to send water to the ocean. It's like, duh, they could have retained that water. But no, in their infinite stupidity, these DWP people in California that are now earning a couple $100,000 sitting on their butt in retirement eating bonbons, they were the ones that created the system that just sends all the reclaimed water out into the ocean. How stupid can they be? You're sick of the sick and Sue society? Yeah, I hear you, man. We're trying to collaborate on the show. That's what we do. A transgender or a motorcyclist? Okay, a motorcyclist who identifies as a bicyclist sets a cycling world record. Whoa. Okay. The Babylon Bee. Dude. An inspiring story from the world of professional cycling. A motorcyclist who identifies as a bicyclist has crushed all regular bicyclists, setting an unbelievable world record. The motorcyclist crushed the previous 100-mile records of 3 hours, 13 minutes with an amazing new score well under an hour. Professional motorcycle racer Judd Banner, the brave trans vehicle rider, was allowed to race after he told league organizers he always felt like a bicyclist in a motorcyclist's body. Look, my ride has handlebars, 2 wheels, and a seat, he told reporters as he accepted a trophy for his incredible time trial. I got a little extra hardware, 1170cc flat twin engine with 110 horsepower. Doesn't mean I have any kind of inherent advantage here. He even painted the word Huffy on the other side of his bike. He's got another... Is this a joke? It must be a joke. I think it is a joke. Yeah, he'll be splattered all over the highway. Hopefully not, though. For some reason, we can't find a single leftist Mark Zuckerberg invited to his dinners with pundits from across the spectrum. Really? I thought that the leftists were all over it supporting. Oh, that's right. Ocasio-Cortez is now talking about how Facebook is a bad guy. She's going after Facebook because they're a big corporation. Okay. Yeah, we got mostly conservatives in there. Well, yes, I went to the last Chicken Hawk meeting where we decided we weren't NAMBLA members after all. You know, you got to wonder what they're doing. It isn't that Mark is cultivating right-wingers specifically. He just loves to have dinner with lots of people across the spectrum on lots of different issues all the time, he says. But there's not one person on the left. Why didn't he invite Bernie or Ocasio to the meeting? She would have loved the money and the hors d'oeuvres. She likes those. You know, Bernie and Ocasio at a buffet table, man, that would be fun to watch. They'd probably be grabbing all the select meats and stuffing them in their purse. And Bernie used to raid refrigerators when he was in his 30s. It's a known fact that they actually went out their way to actually keep the refrigerators from getting near Bernie because he would take their roast beef. In Vermont, I'm not kidding, they called him the Moocher. Yes, Misanthropy. I saw that same link we got earlier from Super Saver, and I'm so glad. I downloaded it, the PDF file from the FBI on the finders. Now, I'm going to close on that note tonight, but we'll be back tomorrow night with our Sustainable Saturday show. But the finders, I downloaded the file. It's huge, and the FBI has been aware of these people that grab children off the streets since the early 1990s, and they haven't done a damn thing. These are all things that have been taken out and removed, files. You know, when you get into the meat of this thing, you run across all kinds of evidence of pedophilia, and the government doing absolutely nothing with all this evidence. It's kind of like the Me Too generation that never really got to court. 50 women claiming they were raped by Harvey Weinstein, and not one of them has actually passed through the trial stage. This dates back to 87. This group of people called the Finders had an actual location at one point, but they live in the shadows, and they have a network that works directly with, many believe, directly with the CPS organizations, where they actually abduct children illegally and then give them to pedophiles. And that's a very interesting leak from the FBI. I'm amazed they dropped it. But we need to get to the bottom of what's really going on. The Pedogate story is still very much an important issue to get back to. The Jeffrey Epstein cover-up story and all that, that prevents our country from actually functioning. When they've got all these pedos in our government and they're getting manipulated with dirt on them, not one of them has a mind of their own. They're all trying to be, trying to avoid going to jail. And now that's how these people like Jeffrey Epstein control politics, is by getting dirt on these politicians. And therein lies the inherent problem with corruption. I know. Okay, that's it for tonight. Thank you very much for attending our show. I'll be back tomorrow with another one. We had a weird evening. It's almost like people were being kept out of our show. If you've had problems getting in, you can always get a hold of our show at third party at 5:30 to 6 o'clock. We post a link to Periscope, and of course Twitter is the way to get to Periscope. And we now have our show on Cool Rock Party, yeah, which is got a couple people in there right now in just chatting over at the Twitch show. Thank you. Whew. All right, another big night. We got the Friday, Saturday, Sunday ahead of us. Have a good one. Enjoy your retirement or rest or whatever you're trying to do this weekend. Take care. Good night.
I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. They found you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. You make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.